Because on this day.
In 2007, Brian May, guitarist for Queen, was put under 24-hour security watch after a deranged man announced he was setting off to murder him and then disappeared. Police were hunting for a schizophrenic who left a letter behind at his home blaming the Queen guitarist for his illness. In it, the man said that May was an imposter and that he was the real rock star. He signed the letter Brian May.
And it strangely was in Brian May's handwriting, which was really odd.
Damn this thing.
Yes.
So who is the real Brian? To this day, it could still be the imposter.
Measure IQs. I'm Brian May. I have an IQ of 170. Let's see if you can say that, schizophrenic.
If it's Invasion of the Body Snatchers, though, it'd be hard to tell.
That's true. That's absolutely true. This is truly farting around.
Oh, yes, it is.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Thanks, Stinkor.
Thank you.
10 celebrities you wouldn't believe have a higher IQ than you do. Brian May.
Let's see.
Of course,
I know Brian May does.
Yeah, we know that one.
He's an astrophysicist.
He is. Ba-da-boom. Isn't there a joke there somewhere?
Probably.
James Franco.
Apparently not smart enough, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's done. He's cooked. Let's see. Emma Watson. Isn't she that
I heard
little,
she's Hermione.
Naomi from the
Hermione.
Wizard?
Yeah.
Naomi from the Potter Wizard.
Katie says that she graduated from Brown.
Uh-huh, yeah, that's true.
And what could
Okay,
Brown
so I
do for
believe
you?
that.
Okay, how about Jim Morrison?
Oh, come on.
No.
149. IQ of 149, which is at least 49 points higher than yours, Gina.
I have a hard time believing that one.
You know what I believe? I believe Jim Morrison lied about his IQ. That's what I believe.
What is this hatred of Jim Morrison you constantly exhibit?
I don't hate him. I think he's an overrated blowhard.
I think he died at the tender age of 27 and did a lot, or 20. He was in his 20s anyway. He did a lot. He had a great voice, and he wrote some really cool songs in collaboration with his bandmates. And they missed him.
Well, of course they did.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they miss him?
And they speak kindly of him. Unlike Gina Barberi on the Radio from Hell show. Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah.
IQ of 150.
I heard that.
Here's one. Mayim Bialik. Now, is she still considered a celebrity?
Yeah.
She was on The Big Bang Theory, one of the most popular sitcoms of all time.
But she's an anti-vaxxer, though, isn't she?
Yeah.
I think so. And for some reason, I get her mixed up with Soleil Moon Frye, which is why I thought maybe she's not a celebrity anymore. Conan O'Brien, IQ of 160.
That surprises me, but you know.
If you listen to his podcast, he's like, especially when it comes to history, he's like this big history nerd and really smart. And he did go to Harvard. So Matt Damon. 160.
Really? Well, I mean, the Good Will Hunting, he could do the math in that really well.
Pretty smart in that movie, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, Quentin Tarantino.
Really?
160 IQ. That's high. Not quite as high as Brian May's, but Brian May is number 2, between 170 and 180, and then the highest of them all, and he's dead now, Stanley Kubrick, apparently had an IQ of almost 200. An intelligence quotient.
Have you ever had your IQ tested?
Yes, I have.
And?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
I think they used to kind of routinely give IQ tests to kids, but they didn't want you to know the scores for some reason.
Because then you'd go to school and go, oh, well, this is my number. What's your number? I'm smarter than you.
Or you'd go, I'm really stupid, and
I can't do anything.
but my mother used to brag, and I'd hear her every once in a while, or she'd say to me, "You can do better. Your IQ has been measured at." And I seem to recall her saying 130, which is ridiculous. That's way too high.
Maybe not.
No, I'm struggling around about 101 or 101.5.
I never had it done.
Here's some texters. If Jim Morrison wrote some great songs, then why didn't he ever record them?
That's He did, and I could list them if you'd like.
Oh, that's funny. Bravo. Whoever said that.
Apparently you've not listened to any Jim Morrison and the Doors. It's not funny because it's absolutely not true.
Well, I'm surprised you're being so defensive of Jim Morrison.
I just get tired of the piling on of a dead man, okay?
You love him, don't you?
I
You
do.
wanna
You're
kiss him.
kind of sweet on him. Aren't
I
you?
kind of
kiss him.
am.
Oh, okay.
You want
Leather
to
pants.
marry him. You want to kiss him.
Well, no, he's dead. I don't.
In a time machine, you want to...
If he wrote some great songs, why didn't he record them? He recorded plenty of songs. Come on, L.A. Woman. That's a great piece of music. It is.
L.A. Woman, Sunday afternoon. Try bit a bottle, Friday bomb blue.
You have to look up the lyrics.
Yellow blue, yeah.
But you have to consider the whole
In the blue,
the whole
blue,
song and the mood and all
blue,
of that.
blue pool.
All right, enough piling on Jim Morrison. God. Open the show with a Jim Morrison song tomorrow.
Like a dog without a bone and like a alone.
So, hi.
Hi.
How's it going? I had a wonderful day yesterday.
Why so wonderful?
Because, I have the wound vac, for this
You
little
still have that?
tiny little thing on my
I thought you were
back.
done with that.
Tiny little place where an incision was that was having a difficulty healing up.
How big is the incision?
So it's where a staple was. They staple you
Yeah.
shut.
Okay.
So it maybe is. Geez, it's not an inch deep. It's I don't know. It just looks like a little tiny divot. I can't really
Yeah.
see it. It's on my
Really?
back. It's tiny, but it's having difficulty healing. So, but anyway, the home nurse took off the wound vac on Friday and said, "This is really upsetting your skin, all the adhesive and stuff. It's just, and it does. It's just awful." Mm-hmm. He says, "Let's give you a break from that. You're going to the wound clinic on Wednesday, so see what they say." Yeah, they want to put it right back on, and did. It's just, I'm so tired of it.
It sounds frustrating.
It is. I mean, it's like they say, and then you say to the doctor at the wound clinic, the physician, "Well, how much longer do you think it'll have to be on there?" Well, I don't really like to speculate.
So a while then. That's what that is.
Yeah. So it's just, so I came home from doing that, just feeling awful, and I was really snitty to the person at the hospital too. I was.
Not their fault. You have this issue.
But you go to the hospital, and the first thing you do is you go into the main door, and there are these people around, to kind of check on everybody because of COVID.
Yeah.
And in the past, they have said to me, "Any symptoms of COVID or anything like that?" No. Okay, we'd use some hand sanitizer, and off you go. Fine.
Yeah.
Yesterday, they said, "Are you here for an appointment?" And No, I'm going to go browse. I'm going to just go wander around and maybe look for an appointment. Of course I'm here for an appointment.
I'm just looking for a place to sit down.
Yeah. Jeez.
That was what set you off. They asked you
God,
for
it
an
just-
appointment.
Are you here for an appointment?
That's not
Well,
so
what do you
bad.
think I'm here for? Do I look like I'm delivering bread for the lunchroom? Or no, am I a medical supply salesman? No. I've got a wound vac in my hand.
I've got a wound. Don't you know a wound vac when you see it?
Oh.
I found this out on the out on the street. Maybe you guys would want it back.
Do you have a lost and found? I don't know.
Is there a
This-
reward?
It kind of set me off, but the doctor really set me off. And I was just, and I don't want to go into it. I'm not going into any more of it. It's just it's too
Today
much.
will be a better day, Bill. I can
I hope
feel
so.
it.
I hope so. Mm-hmm. Well, we
right.
probably ought to begin the show officially. So, check-ins, how about that?
Yes, let's do that.
You want to call 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We just touch bases with you in the morning, early in the morning. If you have a mind to call us at 877-602-9696, it can just be, hello, how you doing? I'm doing fine. Here's what I'm doing today. Just say hi. 877-602-9696 is the number.
All right. We will take a break and we will be back. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
I'm
wanted
anxious today to talk to David Scholl. We have him on the show today to talk about this.
I've got this information about now the COVID vaccinations are currently now available to all Utahns 16 years of age or older, okay? So don't wait. You can make an appointment very easily, it says here. Here's the best thing to do, because I think it covers all the counties. Text your zip code to Get Vax. That's 438829. You text your zip code to that number, and they will show you where nearby locations where you can go and get vaccinated now for 16 and older. It's free. Okay, you don't have to have any health insurance. I think if you're 16, you have to have your parents' permission. So remember that. But just text your zip code to Get Vax. Then I went upstairs to work and get up there about 3:30, and I just kept thinking all morning. I have no thoughts. There is nothing going through my
Empty?
mind. My noggin is empty.
You're not angry about anything?
No, but I'm sure you'll change that at some point here pretty quickly.
Well, you should be grateful for that.
I am. You people don't know how grateful I am that if all else fails, Gina can get me going. Just
Happy to help.
yeah, and not in a.
I thought you'd be all upset about Prince Philip. I thought that would get you going today.
Who gives a rat's ass about Prince Philip? Not me.
I don't know, man. There was a press release.
It's about. Listen, I think if he needs to step back, that's fine.
I thought
Seems a little early at 95.
it would give you a chance to talk about how he farts all the time.
I don't know.
He has more time to fart now that he's stepping back from something like that.
He can't step
Private
back because he
fart time.
farts so much. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about that. There's very little in the news right now that I care about.
Healthcare? You don't care about that?
I'm the opposite.
pretty-
I care about a lot of it, but I don't want to talk about it
Well,
because it's just going to make me mad.
See, and I think what
if
it
you were
is
a woman, you'd be upset about
Yeah,
healthcare.
that's-
I think what it is that I've just become I've become pretty numb.
Steve Hatch Family Chocolates. I saw him post on Facebook yesterday, and it's a picture of him standing there going, "Guess what? I'm a walking pre-existing condition."
Exactly. He has
he
dwarfism.
He said, I obviously made poor choices in utero.
Yeah.
that made.
Yeah, I mean, but they don't give a good God
There you go. There's
about
the man. There's the man.
They don't care.
There it is.
That smug
There it
son
is.
of a bitch, Paul Ryan.
There it is.
With his big ears sticking out. I'm going to the gym. I wear my hat backwards.
Oh, he gets to keep Obamacare, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh, sure.
They
Yeah.
get. They want it.
They
want it. They got a special dispensation in there. They get it.
I don't
Y'all don't.
I don't think insurance should cover the pre-existing condition of meanness. Well, I have a story for Gina to begin the news.
I'm ready.
Well, and I know this is a story that Gina will really like and be interested in because she sent it to me. A man who murdered his niece, a niece who was also his lover, by smashing her. What does that mean?
It's a detail.
Yes, it is.
There's more.
But wait, there's more.
Is there- and it gets even better, doesn't it,
Yeah.
Gina? He killed her by smashing her over the head with a TV. He's been put in jail.
It's Uncle Lover.
Christopher Wall is his name. Was convicted of battering Haley Wall, who was his niece as well as his lover. He was been ordered to serve a minimum of 14 years behind bars.
Only 14 years?
A minimum.
You
A
kill
minimum.
your niece who you're having an affair with a TV, and that's not automatic forever?
Well, Gina, I don't know where this is exactly. I didn't. You should know. What town is this
I believe
in?
it's in the UK.
Well, then, you know how liberal they are in the UK. Christopher Wall, it says here he's facing a lifetime behind bars. So it's a minimum of 14. It's 14 to life, I would guess. My guess is they won't let him out for a long, long time. She was found with a bloody head outside a supermarket in Bournemouth after being battered by Mr. Wall. Before she slipped out of consciousness, she was able to tell emergency crews her name and address and that her partner had beaten her. When police visited the home, they found signs of a disturbance on the second floor, including a door on the landing that was knocked off its frame and two long dark hairs embedded in a crack hallway up the door with a number of blood spots. Embedded in a crack halfway up the door, I should say. Officers also found a large flat screen TV at the bottom of the stairs, and there was blood all over the flat screen TV, and he finally said, yeah, I beat her with the... We were watching the Great British Bake Off, and she pissed me off. So, yeah, there you go. Murdered his niece, who was also his lover.
Niece lover.
6:23. Let's get this over with.
All right. There's a leopard on the loose too in China. They can't find it, and they're very worried about it. Very worried that it's going to kill some people. So we'll officially begin the program here and then go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I guess we probably have a sponsor, don't we, Gina?
We have all kinds of sponsors today, so let's get going with that. Young Automotive Group has a huge selection of new vehicle brands, over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
The moon is slowly inching its way toward being full and bright and beautiful in the sky. We'll have a full moon on May 26th. The moon will rise today at 7:21 a.m. Today being Thursday, it's the 13th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. It's Ascension Day today. Gina, you're Catholic. What is that? What is Ascension Day? I don't
know.
I meant to look it up and I didn't.
Let me look.
I think it's a Catholic thing. Is it? Well, it means so. Ascension is this when Jesus went back to his home with his dad in the sky.
He went home. Yeah, he's like, okay, I'm done with you people.
Okay, I've been here long enough. Going back, and I won't come back until you're really good. It's the 420th day of our Pandemic Panic broadcasts. You can see us live at x96.com/live. We're in our homes. I'm in outer space today in honor of Brian May because he's an astrophysicist.
Oh, nice.
This is the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is the producer of the show, and she's in our studio in Salt Lake City making sure everything's running smoothly. And we have Miriam and Skip helping out as well. And we are the only morning show in the world that can reconcile the fact that today is Frog Jumping Day, International Hummus Day, and Leprechaun Day, all at once.
Why would Leprechaun Day be?
Well, because your very best hummus,
Day, yeah.
your very best hummus includes a little bit of frog and a little bit of leprechaun.
I didn't know that.
That's what makes it good.
Huh.
I don't know why it would be
We
hummus
need to
day.
start regulating these, or is it too late?
I think it's too late. It's Sabra and big hummus. It's big hummus. They want to sell a lot.
Big hummus.
Big hummus. Well, we need a day.
I want reliable people that aren't going to get carried away. Give this to Big Hummus.
There you go. So let's go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696, shall we?
Let's quickly go to Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
What's up today?
Oh, just working again, but
Again?
We
You have
did.
to do it more than once?
every day.
Jeez.
Start at 5 a.m. every
Why would
day.
anybody
Think
wanna
about
do
what that would be like, Gina.
No, I don't want to do that. Jeez.
Anything else you'd like to add, Mike?
Yeah, I got to go to the Tulip Festival yesterday up at Thanksgiving Point with my mom. It's beautiful. Definitely recommend it to people.
Yeah, I've been to that before, and it is amazing.
It's an outdoor activity. We encourage the outdoor activities.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks, Mike.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's go to Braden. Hi, Braden.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Hi, what have
morning.
you for us,
Hi.
Braden?
Hi. Well, so I actually ate at Moochie's for the first time over the weekend, and I think it's worth every penny.
Well, good.
Wait, that makes it sound like it's expensive. It's
What did you have?
It was a buffalo chicken sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
It had some tomatoes, some really good veggies on there.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what my buddies had, but they also really enjoyed theirs.
nice.
I highly
Oh, good.
recommend it.
Well,
We try not to steer you wrong. If we tell you you should go to Moochie's, it's because it's delicious. So
After all these years of us talking about Moochie's, finally, Braden decides to show up and take take a chance.
Thank you, Braden.
We're glad you did.
All right.
Thank you. See ya.
Let's go to let's see. Nick is here. Hi, Nick.
Hi, Nick. How's
How
it
are
going?
you?
Hey guys, it's your night guy, Nick, and I just had to make a comment because I was taking my dog out to the front yard, and I was watching her take a dump, and I was really grossed out and disturbed by some of the things that were coming out of your mouth about Jim Morrison.
Oh,
Oh, yeah? Like what? I mean, are you a pro Morrison?
I mean, I'd check into the Morrison Hotel if that's what you're at.
Yeah. There you go. Nick's my buddy. Nick's my
bring
pal.
my bags up to my room at the Jim Morrison Hotel.
Your mojo is rising, isn't it?
I just don't think you could dump on a guy who wrote songs like Yes, the River Knows and I Can't Think of Your Face No More. That's just poetry to me. And
Well,
I feel like you're devaluing a genius right now, especially when they're dead and they can't fight back.
All right.
Nick,
Well,
I thought you were, you're a young feller. I'm surprised you're so into the Doors, being all young and all.
I love the Doors.
good.
I've been listening to the Doors for a good long time, and I think I'm the only person in my family who really enjoyed them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my dad was a big classic rock guy, but I found myself to be the only one that listened to the Doors and the Beatles at the end of the day in the house.
Well, Nick, let me leave you with this bit of good fortune for your day.
Huh.
Motel Money, Murder Madness. Let's change the mood from glad to sadness.
Check
right.
in. See you later, Nick. Well, your mojo will soon be rising.
Thanks, Nick.
Right back at you, Bill.
See you later.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Mr. Mojo Rising. We're good so far. I have no accidents to tell you about. Do you have any to tell me about? How do you tell me? How do you get me that information? It's easy. You text it to us, 33986, and then I pass it along to friends of the program. Young Automotive Group has a huge selection of new vehicle brands, over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back with big boy news, geek news, all in the next break. And then at 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina, Robert Pattinson trivia.
Edward!
Who was that? Who?
Edward!
And I'll tell you this, very little Twilight trivia.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's
he
why
in
Oh,
it's,
let me guess, because Katie put it together. It's a lot of Harry Potter trivia, right?
there's a little bit of that. It doesn't focus. It doesn't focus on any one thing.
You see how she makes assumptions about people, Katie?
But it's easy Robert Pattinson trivia because it's multiple choice and I put in wrong answers.
And we have
answers-
good prizes today, by the
Oh
way.
yes, that's
What
right.
are- what?
We've got the face mask, but what else do we have?
Sure. We also have, let's see. Oh, tickets to Corn.
That's right.
Don't forget
So-
Stained.
Well, I can and will because it's all about corn. So be ready to play at 7 o'clock and enjoy. 877-602-9696. If you've a mind to line up right now, hell, go ahead. I don't care if you want to sit on hold or all that time. BigOTires.com.
Big O Tires right now through the end of the month save up to $150 off a set of Big O brand tires. Big O, that's their house brand, and they have all different sizes and kind of styles of Big O tires as well as most tire brands do. They they have a special treads for this kind of vehicle and this kind of weather and all of that. So Big O, and there's a store near you for sure because there are 42 of them along the Wasatch Front.
Yeah, I usually go to the one on Highland Drive, but when you say there's a store near you, that's even if you're away from home. I've been away from home and needed a Big O Tires and found one right where I was.
They're all locally owned and operated. They carry the Big O brand tire, of course, but then they carry the brands, all the other brands that people like, Michelin, Cooper, things like that. And they guarantee the lowest price on every tire every day. So go there, bigotires.com.
program, Carrie and Bill. And let's see, it's time to check out the answering machine. Have you...
Yeah, go ahead and access it. We have an answering machine here at work because, well, we don't like personal calls at home. I use my phone at home for outgoing calls only.
Hi there, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
Usually these calls come in after hours. I mean, after we're not here, that is.
After like 1 or 2.
It's rewinding.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Allred. This is Dr. Arnold's office calling.
Oh.
I have what I hope is good news for both you and Samantha. Samantha's definitely pregnant.
Hey.
She's a very healthy bitch, so we anticipate no problems.
What?
She's about a month along.
Good.
So she should deliver in about 2 months. Our office will be open until 5 p.m., so please try to pick her up before then. We'll have her well-groomed and ready to go.
Well-groomed?
I didn't tell you guys I got a
Thank
Chihuahua,
you.
did I?
It's a Chihuahua.
It's a little. I got a new little dog.
Oh, they're so cute.
I know you got little beady eyes.
Yeah, they are.
Gonna have
Hi,
pups.
Gary. This is Libby Weaver from Fox News.
Oh.
Hey, would you stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox?
Again?
If you don't stop, I'm going to have to call the police, Carrie. Bye.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the in vitro fertilization clinic at the University of Utah calling for Ralph Allred. Mr. Allred, we have the sperm sample you left with us yesterday, and, well, I'm not sure what to say here. The sample you left with us, it's not human. Please
Bill,
return our call.
Bill, you're supposed to...
I didn't understand.
Leave yours. Not... Never mind.
Hi, Carrie. This is Shauna Parsons from Fox News. Listen, you've got to stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox. This is getting absolutely
turn this
ridiculous.
off?
I have called the Salt Lake Police, and there is a restraining order against you, so wise up.
Can we turn this off, please?
Way to go, Carrie.
None of any...
Add it
Bill?
again.
It's Chunga. I got my big toe caught in the
no.
water spout of the tub again, and I can't get it out.
Again?
I've been here for about 2 hours, and I'm lonely, and the water's too cold. Bill, I ran out of beer, and I'm down to my last cigar.
This happens to
Now,
you.
I know you said that last time this happened, you wouldn't help me again, but everybody else has said that too.
That's right.
Can you come over?
No.
Please?
No.
Well, I see...
Make sure you bring some soap, okay?
Well, I see you got out okay.
Well,
I mean...
finally.
Again, you did this.
Mike Summers came and got me out.
Well, how nice of him to do.
He brought some soap and...
How nice.
Your little sponge bag.
Yeah.
All right.
Gary, Al Bain from K-Bear calling.
Oh, Al Bain.
Look, do me a favor. Quit leaving your underwear in my mailbox.
we
And I know they're yours because I don't know anybody else that wears Ren and Stimpy and Simpsons underwear.
we
So I
turn
know
this
they're
off?
yours. Wouldn't mind as much if they weren't soiled, but quit leaving them in there or I'm going to have to call the authorities. See ya.
So the little problem is back, eh?
I was wondering what that was in my mailbox, Carrie.
Way to go.
You're sick.
Nightfall.
All right, it's 6:39, and we do have Beat Gina coming up and Geek News. But first, Big Boy News and a Pinuendo now, brought to you by...
Well, and by the way, just in that short commercial break there, I booked both my kids their first dose of the vaccine appointment. Just in that tiny amount of time there. It was easy to do. We'll talk more about that coming up later. Okay. Jiffy Lube Multicare. Get services, brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. Visit JiffyLubeUtah.com for services, locations, and special offers. Anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube.
Thank you.
Machine Gun Kelly. I don't know really much about this person other than he's covered with tattoos. And I couldn't name he's a singer, right?
Mm-hmm. We play the hell out of.
Which one do we play? What is it called?
It's the.
Well, there's My Ex's Best Friend, or there's the new one that just came out with Kellen Quinn called Love something.
I'd like to hear a little bit of one of them. I don't.
96.3, Bill. Check us out.
Well, they don't ring a bell. They just probably go by. With me, and I go,
let me find some.
I was going to say, you have it, Carrie? I can grab one.
Maybe I haven't given him a big enough
My Ex
chance.
is the one you've probably heard.
You'll love this. I wrote down Machine Gun Carrie on accident.
Oh, hey, there we go.
Well,
I don't have nearly enough tattoos. Oh, that one's explicit. Okay.
Yeah, don't. You need the radio edit.
Yeah, we need the radio edits.
His real name is Colson Baker. And he took his song to Bloody Valentine to a whole new level in February when he revealed that he's wearing a drop of his girlfriend Megan Fox's blood in a necklace around his neck. He says the reason that I have that is that, well, she was going out of town to film a movie, and it was really new in our relationship, and I said, I just need something of you to just, I don't know you that well, and maybe
picture?
I'll forget you.
How about a picture, Machine
No, maybe
Gun
I'll
Kelly?
forget you. Maybe I'll forget you when you're gone. And she said, how about some of my DNA?
Because where I'm going, we have no phones or internet.
No, there's no way to
She
talk
did
or see each other.
He did say she was going to Bulgaria to film a movie, which I'm sure went straight to video. And and I was freaking out, and she said, "Here, this will prove our bond."
That does. Yeah, I mean, it worked for Billy Bob and Angelina. They stayed together forever after. Oh wait, no,
yeah,
it didn't work out.
And to be honest, Kelly's not smart enough to know that that's not actually blood. It's raspberry Kool-Aid. It's just.
Yes, here's some of my blood.
And not to be outdone, Travis Barker says he has a candle that smells like Courtney's orgasms. So,
and it smells like raspberry Kool-Aid, oddly enough.
Same thing.
Damnedest.
The Ohio Lottery, they're going to give away $5 million to people getting vaccinated. $1 million each to encourage vaccination.
I'm so torn about this.
They're trying to bolster slumping demand for the coronavirus vaccine. Governor Mike DeWine raised the ante considerably yesterday, announcing that the state would give 5 people $1 million each in return for having been vaccinated as part of a weekly lottery program.
Why are you torn about this, Carrie? This is great.
The lottery, well, that's 5 people. Okay,
well,
you get...
Well, no, but you enter the lottery. It gets a bunch of people to do it so they can enter the lottery to win.
No, see, that's the thing. I think that's great that we're getting people to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
But then you take a look at India, and they're begging for vaccine. And here we are bribing people to take it. It just, I don't know how to feel about this.
They're going to do weekly drawings. The first one will be held on May 26th, and then one person a week gets $1 million, but you got to prove you've been vaccinated. The Utah Department of Health, they're not doing that. Following the guidance of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Utah Department of Health has told providers to begin offering the COVID vaccine to kids 12 to 15 years of age. CDC announced Wednesday that it accepted the recommendation of their advisory panel, and so go ahead. According to state officials, approximately 215,000 children in Utah fall between that age group, 12 to 15, and they're now eligible to receive the vaccine. Utah, one of the youngest states in the country, so that's a lot of kids, 215,000. Be interesting to see how many of them we could get vaccinated. So Congresswoman Liz Cheney, and we'll be talking about her again in the Boner candidates coming up.
Okay.
But members of Utah's delegation to the House of Representatives divulged how they voted Wednesday on whether to remove Liz Cheney from office, from her leadership position. She's still a congressperson, but she had leadership positions.
She's third in line for as far as the Republicans go.
Yeah.
A critic of former President Donald Trump and those who believe the 2020 election was fraudulent, Cheney was stripped of her role as the party's conference chair in a private voice vote on Wednesday. Despite the ability to have their votes remain private, most of Utah's congressmen revealed whether they voted to support or remove Cheney. Representative Chris Stewart and Representative John Curtis said they both voted to remove Cheney from her position. Quote, "This was not a vote to condemn Representative Cheney for her."
Yes, it was.
This was not a vote to condemn Representative Cheney for her previous vote of conscience. This was a vote to unify the Republican Party.
Around
that's
a
why
lie.
Again.
That's why I voted. This is Chris Stewart speaking, so
Yeah,
you
I
know that
It's
this is a stupidly concocted lie
and rehearsed.
No, but it's exactly what Kerry is saying. Okay, you're rallying the party rather than around the truth. You're rallying it around the lie the election was stolen and that there was fraud, which there is no evidence of and has been investigated to death.
Stewart went on to say, members of Congress have a right and a duty to speak their minds in representing their constituents. But a member of leadership has even greater duties. The Republican conference chair is responsible for galvanizing and guiding our party back to the majority. This means focusing on creating the future that America needs, one that stresses the dignity of work. So this is what Trump's going to do for you. He'll stress the dignity of work, individual freedoms over government dependence, and the principle of equal opportunity for all to rise up. Unless you're from one of those S-hole countries.
Yeah, all of those things are a lie. You're rallying your entire party also around a lie.
If you want to, Liz Cheney, she's about as Trumpy as you get as far as her voting record.
She voted every time she voted with Trump. Yeah. Every time.
So the only thing you disagree with her on is whether the election was stolen or there was fraud. So saying that she doesn't represent Republican values or the party, how do you reconcile those two things?
And dignity of work is also a code word. It's a buzzword that they use, so you should feel good about getting paid minimum wage. That's dignity.
And now Burgess Owens, Blake Moore, he voted. He didn't vote to remove
retain
her.
her.
He wanted to retain her. Burgess Owens, he was at a funeral and didn't attend. So, okay.
Good answer, Burge.
Let's see. The bar downtown, the Bayou, long time.
Yes.
Staple of downtown Salt Lake. They're opening back up, and they're requiring vaccinations. You have to be vaccinated before you can come in. Mark Alston said, we want to get the bar open. It's just been sitting here empty for a year. We want people, we want customers. And he said, well, So if you've been vaccinated, you will be allowed in. And hundreds of people have called him and emailed him and written him messages on social media, some leaving bad reviews, bashing the rule. But the Bayou...
I love it. If I know a place I can go to where they're only letting people in that are vaccinated, they got good fried chicken there at the Bayou.
Yeah, they do.
I want to go to that.
And he's sticking by his guns, even though people online have been going after him.
I appreciate it. There will be people that will go there, like I'm saying, just because you're doing that.
Now we know the Alstons. And they're good people. They really are. And I want you to go to their website, utahbayou.com, and find the frequently argued points. It's not frequently asked questions. It's frequently argued points, and they have an answer for each one.
Such as?
Well, let's see. It's like you're Nazi Germany asking for people for their papers to get in. Sir, we are a bar. We've been forced and required to ask for your papers before you come in for years.
It's not new.
Now, I don't think that this means when you get your 12 to 15-year-olds vaccinated that they can go to the Bayou.
No? Okay.
I don't think it means that.
They on this website, they even go as far as this one. So you're violating Rule 92 of the Geneva Convention. See, these are all things that they have been presented, and they have an answer for each one.
Guess what? You don't have to go there.
No.
You don't have to go there.
Gina, here's a story for you.
Okay.
A couple stories for you. If you want fried chicken,
yes.
KFC is changing its packaging.
What do you mean?
Well, they're going to modernize it.
The box? I like the box.
Well, they still have the box.
The bucket? You got to have the bucket.
They're still having. I guess they're still having the bucket. They're just modernizing the way they look. I don't.
Okay.
And then this story I know you'll really like, and this will be the last story. Horrifying video in Australia shows mice raining from the sky as a biblical plague sweeps Australia. You had 2 mice you found in your place up in the valley, but Australia has been gripped by a rodent plague of biblical proportions. There was a clip that showed mice raining from the sky when a silo was being cleaned out. So it wasn't just mystically mice appeared coming, but there was a big grain silo.
Yeah.
And so they had to clean it out, and they blow stuff out of the top of it. and what it mostly was, very little grain. It was mostly mice, hundreds of them. Most of them dead, but some of them alive, and it's a wonderful piece of video. If you'd like me to send it to you.
No, I would not like you to send it to me.
All right,
do not.
Gina, you'd need a lot of 5-gallon buckets.
I know. I'm going to be very busy.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Oh, let's see. So the Jazz, they with a final score of 105-98, the Jazz suffered a loss in their final regular season home game against the Portland Trail Blazers. They play the Thunder tomorrow at 6 p.m., but that was their last home game there, a regular season home game anyway. And, Donovan Mitchell's been resting up his sprain, and he's planning on playing in the playoffs, but they're still not saying exactly when he'll come back, so...
I'm surprised you didn't mention Damon Lillard.
Well, he's Utah's own.
And he scored 30 points against the Jazz.
Yes, he did. So if you want to feel good about losing to somebody, you're losing to another Utah. So that's good. Weather even warmer today than it has been. High of 82 and sunny. We're going to be in the 80s for the next several days, it looks like. Very, very nice weather. Traffic, let's see if that's very, very nice. So 3rd North from State to Main, this is in front of the state capitol, will be fully closed for water line work starting at 8 a.m. Expect that closure to run until Monday for repairs and asphalt work there. Also, a crash at I-15 northbound near 8 South in Payson. It's in the construction zone and the right lane is blocked. Traffic is at a crawl and quickly backing up. And I'll check our message stream, see if anybody has sent anything in there. No, but if you do see something and it's safe for you to text it to us, we appreciate it when you do that, and I'll pass it along, 339 86. Let's see. I found my match at Strong Volkswagen where the down payment matches the monthly payment. Plus, all new 2021 SUVs have 0% financing. Visit strongvw.com for details.
Okay. Now would be a good time to line up to beat Gina. 877-602-9696. Easy Robert Pattinson trivia. And if you beat Gina, not only will you get a Radio from Hell face mask, you'll also get tickets to see Korn. On their
nice
tour.
prize today.
They're on their way. Here comes Korn. Have some tickets.
Look at those niblets.
Yes. 877-602-9696. Get ready to call and play Beat Gina. Geek News brought to you by
Sparkfish beats any advertised price on anything by 10%. Visit their Lehigh location Monday through Friday, 11 to 5 or 10 to 2 on Saturday. Sparkfish, deal shoppers paradise.
All right, thank you. Okay, we got Knives Out news. Remember, it was about a month ago. I told you Netflix backed a truck of money up to Rian Johnson's house and said, you were talking about some Knives Out sequels. We'll take 2, please. Make it worth my while. Here's a truck full of money. Make your Knives Out sequels exclusively on Netflix. Well, they're moving forward. And, of course, you got your Daniel Craig coming back as the master detective. What was his name again? Benoit Blanc.
I love that movie. It was so good.
Well, I have casting news about the next one.
Okay.
All right. So the first news we got was earlier this week where they said Dave Bautista is going to join. I went, okay. Drax. All right, good. We'll see. I think his zombie movie opens on Netflix this weekend. The Zack Snyder one. What's that one called? Army of the Dead, Katie? I think it opens tomorrow. Yeah, on Netflix. Yeah, so enjoy that. It's supposed to be fun. But then they announced, okay, we'll throw in Janelle Monáe. How about that?
All right.
Good actress.
Okay. All right.
And then they threw in Edward Norton.
Whoa, all right.
Who has been known to play a few wacky characters.
Yes.
So there you go. There's where it's starting.
That sounds good. All right.
More to be announced. Let's see. People of a certain age are going to remember these words, faces of death.
They're real. It was a movie that you saw real, supposedly saw real murders.
And I think they were. They're real accident victims and stuff.
They weren't. None of the human victims on the Faces of Death movies, it was all makeup. It was all faked. Because that was part of the great scam, was that they were telling people that it was actual people being killed. And that got everybody excited about it. Written and directed by John Allen Schwartz, it became this outrage thing that parents were terrified. Are you watching Faces of Death? You want to make sure. It's banned in all these countries. That was all part of the great fake news before it was fake news even. They have bought the rights for it, this movie company, and they're going to make a movie that's it's going to be called Faces of Death, but what it is going to be is there's a YouTube influencer, you see, who has discovered these videos of people, and she needs to find out if they're real or not, and it's a whole story, and it's so Faces of Death.
Okay.
The older people will go because of the name. The young people will be dragged there by the older people to see it. Adult Swim has announced 3 Adult Swim movies that are on the way. So you're getting a Metalocalypse movie. You're getting a Venture Brothers movie. And you're getting, my favorite, an Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie.
Master Shake.
Now this is, there's already been an Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie. This will be the second one. All right. So there you go. Let's see. We'll skip on that one. Then finally this, some of the best news of the week that I received just yesterday. The Monster cereals have all teamed up. Count Chocula, Frankenberry, all of the Monster cereals have teamed up. Boo Berry is there, Fruit Brute, and Yummy Fruity Mummy have formed a Monster Cereals Avengers, as it were. They're going to be releasing, they haven't announced when, but they are releasing Monster Mash, which is all
Why
the
did
cereals.
It take this long?
I know, it's all the cereals poured into one box.
Okay.
and it'll probably be here in time for Halloween. So Monster Mash, look for it on shelves near you. Of course, I invented it a long time ago.
I was going to say that
Just sitting at your breakfast table.
Yeah, I invented it, I think, back in '75. So
just sitting there with all the boxes in front of you, and a little bit in one bowl, little bit.
Did it. Traffic, please, Gina.
And I'll need your help, Carrie.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind. 3rd North from States of Maine, this is in front of the state capitol, will be fully closed for water line work at 8 a.m. Expect that closure until Monday for repairs and asphalt work. We also have a crash northbound I-15 near 8 South in Payson. It's in the construction zone, and the right lane is blocked. Traffic is at a crawl and quickly backing up. And if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE. All right, we got Beat Gina after these, 877-602-9696. Beat Gina at Robert Pattinson Trivia. Easy multiple choice, Robert Pattinson Trivia. You could win a Radio from Hell face mask. We'll mail it to you. And tickets to see Korn. 877-602-9696. Zero Res. Go to your search engine and look up Zero Res, and you'll find the proper location near you.
$33 per room right now to get your carpet or your tile cleaned from Zero Res. And they're really good at what they do, aren't they, Gina?
Yeah, we joke about me having them in all the time, but we've all been home more this last year, and I have them clean my upholstery, my carpet, my tile. They'll seal the countertops.
Excuse me, who's joking about it?
Oh,
it's a fact, and you know it.
It is, because I like what they do, and one of the best parts of it is when they do your carpets, because they don't use detergents, they dry faster.
Mm-hmm.
So schedule a cleaning today with Zero Res. Again, it's $33 per room. Minimums apply. Your home won't be just clean. It'll be Zero Res clean. Call them, 801-2880. That's 288-9376. Or Google Zero Res and get them to your house.
I will read it to you.
It looks to be typewritten.
Yes.
Wow.
Typewritten, actual letter dated the 9th of October.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
You're
a lucky girl.
Don't you wish you got more letters?
Oh, you bet.
Actual letters?
I sure do. The only thing that could make that
Email
better.
doesn't sound like this.
The only thing that could make that better is if that had been handwritten.
That's true.
Oh, that would have been really special.
Gina, I would ask you to think about a time before cell phones, blogs, Facebooks, and Twittering.
Back a time when people actually wrote letters.
A simpler time.
Yeah.
We raised our kids in the physical world.
Yeah.
We threw our money away on frivolously silly things. We pursued tangible hobbies, or at least had fun playing. We traveled where we wanted to, when we wanted to. The world was ours for the taking. And we had meaningful conversations with people who were important to us, either face-to-face or on the telephone.
Is this from your first boyfriend?
No. Those people, if they judged us at all, were polite enough to do so in a way that led to improvement.
Okay.
What has changed? Nothing, of course, but the perception is now that we have to record or display every aspect of our lives and activities and do it as quickly as possible.
Twitter.
Does it really matter if you learn that someone took our kids to the park last Tuesday? No. Are a million meaningless opinions any better than a few well-considered ones? No. Must you change your life to fit into the false standard propagated by people you don't even know?
No.
Of course not. The most dangerous trap to fall into is trying to be someone you're not, for whatever reason. For the love of all things irrational, Gina, just be yourself. It's what makes life worth living.
Stop twittering.
Sincerely, Martin Noonzert. P.S. Your bio on the X96 website is not up to date.
As I like to say, any clod can have the facts, but having an opinion is an art.
I guess I need to update my bio.
You know, you should scan that letter and put it on our website.
Yeah.
I should blog and Twitter about this letter.
Tweet.
A blog and Twitter.
Tweet. I'm sorry.
Mhm. If you use Twitter, you tweet.
You tweet.
Why can't I Twitter it?
That's something that you should do in the privacy of your own bedroom.
It's true.
When your husband's out of town.
Some more letters. I want more actual letters sent through the mail.
Well, give your address.
515 South, 7th East, Suite 1C, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84102.
If they're handwritten, it's even better. Or even better, if they're words cut out of magazines and pasted onto it. That's great.
Let me just say this to people writing letters to Gina. You may write them. You won't get them. She will.
No.
You're not going to take the time to return them.
No.
Yeah, email's a lot easier to answer. And
Yeah. But go ahead, send her letters. Try not to use words like nonplussed. Okay.
I know nonplussed.
Now you.
Tonight on Channel 8, join us for Mysteries of Science. Our scientific staff explore unanswered questions that have boggled the minds of the scientific community for years.
Hello. We're the new Mysteries of Science hosts, radio's Carrie and Bill. Help us explore the scientific worlds of the unknown.
Tonight, we answer the age-old question. How long can a grasshopper live when its head is placed under the focused beam of a high-power magnifying glass?
Use the tweezers to hold him still.
Ow, ow, you're burning my finger. Focus the beam on his head.
The sun, life giver,
Ah, there he goes.
and life taker.
Also tonight on Mysteries of Science, we see just how much damage a firecracker will do to, again, a grasshopper, when it's taped to the insect's body.
Will you hold the damn thing still while I light the fuse?
Ow, my fingers!
Don't miss Mysteries of Science. It's TV worth giving a look-see to. Tonight, right after The Brown Nun on Channel 8.
Oh, no, that's the wrong theme. Good heavens. I'm sorry, Johnny.
I don't know how to talk with that music.
Here you go.
Now, let's all play the only game on the radio that's sure to be inducted into the Game Show Hall of Fame someday. It's Beat Gina. Yes, it's a classic game of trivial knowledge, and I do mean trivial. The questions are so simple that a few weeks ago, a cat was able to gain advantage and beat Gina.
That's not true.
And now, here's the man who was the first ever inductee into the Host Hall of Fame, today wearing a suit provided from Jim's Suit Shack in South Salt Lake, Kerry Jack Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny. All right, so we had full bank of phones, so we tossed a coin off the air to get our contestants. Dan is on the phone, or Diversity Dan. I won't be calling you Diversity Dan. I'll be calling you Dan.
That's fine.
Is that all right?
That's fine. Thank
All
you.
right.
Of course. Thank you.
Dan, who has been on hold
to.
for a half an hour.
Because he deserves you calling him Diversity Dan, then.
Maybe. He really wants that Radio from Hell face mask and the corn tip.
That's the first thing I did. Yes.
All right, then, Dan, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first in the game. It does give you an advantage. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails, as you
Oh,
can see, Dan.
Dan.
So you get the question.
Diversity
first.
Dan.
I'm sorry, diversity.
Sorry about that. You get the question first.
Right.
And so that means this is your question to answer on your own. If you get it right, you get the points. But if you get it wrong, then Gina gets a chance to answer it correctly and steal your point away. All right. It's Robert Pattinson trivia because he was born on this day. All right. So, Dan, here's the first question.
Diversity Dan.
Sorry.
Right.
Yes. DD.
Stands for Diversity Dan.
Yeah, I got it.
Robert Pattinson, a musician as well. Bet you didn't know that. What is the name? What is the name of the band that Robert Pattinson occasionally performs with? Is it A, Bad Girls, B, God Hates Figs, C, Alien versus Predator versus Brown versus the Board of Education, or D, the Department of Homeland Obscurity?
Oof, this is really hard.
Yes, it
I
is.
think I have to go with B.
God Hates Figs?
Oh, Diversity Dan.
Dan, that is incorrect. Gina, do you chance to steal the point away?
But it is true, I understand, that God does, in fact, hate figs.
Yes.
So, Gina, your chance.
I don't know, but I will guess D.
Department of Homeland Obscurity?
No.
Well, that was your guess, and it is incorrect.
Oh.
Bad Girls.
Wow.
Is
It's a stupid band name.
Well, it's Robert Pattinson.
I agree, Gina.
It's 0-0. Gina controls the question.
All right. Gina.
Yes.
What is the name of Robert Pattinson's dog?
Okay.
Is it A, Patty, B, Carl Spackler, C, Mrs. Havisham, or D, Donald Trump?
C?
Mrs. Havisham?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, Dan, a chance to steal. Diversity Dan. Yes, Diversity Dan.
That's a good name for a cat, I guess, not a dog. That's a cat name.
Yeah, that's what it is. All right, I would go with B.
Carl Spackler? We're going to be here for a
We'll
while.
be
Patty.
here from...
Patty is the
Patty is
correct.
that's, it's not original at all.
Well, it's Robert Pattinson, Gina.
Okay. All right.
You
All
keep,
right, it's now Dan controlling the question. And again, this gripping game, 0-0, Diversity Dan is up.
I think if Dan gets this one, we should just give it to him.
That's your call, Gina.
Yeah.
It is Beat Gina. Your name is in the title.
I know.
And Gina's getting tired.
No, I just looked at the time. Oh, look at the time.
Well, let's see how he does. What did a Russian scientist name after Robert Pattinson? What did a Russian scientist name after Robert Pattinson? Was it A, a species of bat named Battinson? B, the Pattinson principle, which says all people with British accents seem more attractive than they actually are? C, an asteroid called 246789 Pattinson? Or his dog, Patty?
I will go with A.
The species of bat?
Oh, God.
No, wait, I
incorrect.
meant C.
Nope.
No, I meant
Nope,
that.
that's incorrect. I'm terribly sorry, Dan. Gina, your chance to
gonna
steal?
Go with the asteroid.
The asteroid is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and
I think I win.
Gina controls the question. And if we want to go up,
We're so late. I think Oh, okay, give me one more.
All right.
Give me one
Terry
more.
is the host. He can make that call, Gina.
All
Harry
right.
Potter one.
We'll do one more. All right. Again, Robert Pattinson, a musician.
Mm-hmm.
He plays also in a band called the Death Grips. Which Death Grips song did Pattinson play guitar for?
What?
Gina, I'll make it as easy as possible.
Okay, all right.
This is Dan's question.
A, Carrot Juice is Murder. B, Hamster Love. C, My Guitar Wants to Kill Your Mama. Or D, Birds.
How did you make that easy?
Right.
Tell me how you made that easy.
Gina, it would be by tone of voice. Tone of voice. Now, isn't it Dan's question? Diversity Dan's question?
It's Gina's, I think, isn't it?
No.
Is it
Gina
birds?
can go. This is really easy. Gina
All right.
can go. She
Is
should
it
have the
birds?
point.
It is Birds. It is Birds. And I think by the credit command of the Game Show Authority, I'm declaring Gina the winner.
I'm sorry, Diversity Dan, that you had to be a part of this, although you did contribute.
You know what? I find Diversity Dan very charming and lovely, and he waited on hold for half an hour. And I think that's not only worth a Radio from Hell face mask, but also a couple tickets to see Korn.
Yes, some tickets to see Korn.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan.
Diversity
Hang
Dan,
on.
it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information. One last question, Gene.
How is
Okay.
that easy?
Okay, so when Robert Pattinson, he was in a musical, what was his stage name for the musical?
Okay.
He used a fake name. Was it A, Bobby DePia, B, Ken Suggestion, C, Martin Anus, or D, Duncan Clench? It was Bobby
Well,
DePia. I just wanted
I
to
was
give
going to
those-
say,
I
but
just wanted
Duncan Clench, that's a good.
Duncan Clench is a good
That's a
name.
good
All right.
one.
Vest and pants. All right, I'm out of here.
Thank you,
Bye.
Johnny. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
I'm not sure I'll be back next week.
No,
We'll
no,
see
come
what
back.
happens.
Come back.
Traffic, please, Gina.
3rd North from State to Main in front of the state capitol will be fully closed for water line work starting today at 8 a.m. Expect that closure until Monday for repairs and asphalt work. Crash I-15 northbound 8 south in Payson. And I think that's it. We've had a fairly light traffic commute this morning. But if you do see something you want to share it with friends of the program, you can always send it to us at 33986. Let's see. Volkswagen, some of the hottest cars in Utah right now. To make shopping easier, Volkswagen Layton customers, they've calculated all of the leases and monthly payments right down to the penny. All new Volkswagens at VWLayton.com.
All right. Around one of your boners coming up. What do we got?
We've got, number 1, our blanket is not a snot rag. Number 2, looks like a normal group of tourists to me. And number 3, Caleb doesn't have a racist bone in his body.
All right, round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. UtahAdvocates.com. You can go there right now, 24/7. I mean, not just now, but 24/7, and talk to an attorney anonymously for free and get their opinion about your case.
Yeah, if you think you have a case, if you think that that the accident certainly wasn't your fault, and you shouldn't be having to deal with the insurance company's nonsense, call the advocates, 801-355-5550, or go to UtahAdvocates.com. As Kerry said, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And it is nonsense dealing with the insurance company, but the advocates know how to do that. They're professionals at it. You're not. Turn that over to them. Give them your bills and say, can you talk to them about this, please? I need to focus on getting better. And they will take that from you. Doesn't cost you anything up front. Your payment to them is if they get you a settlement. So don't let that be a reason to not call.
So call them right now if you need to, 801-355-5550, or go to their website, UtahAdvocates.com.
I had a bizarre experience yesterday.
What?
So I don't order a lot of stuff from Amazon, but my gosh, it's really convenient. You know?
I was going to say, why not?
I mean, I don't know why I don't do it more, but it's
because it hurts local businesses.
Yeah, I'd rather shop locally.
That's the reason you shouldn't.
I'd rather shop locally, but there were every once in a while there's a specialty item I can't find, or I can't find. Maybe it's some clothing I can't find the right size or whatever. So anyway, I ordered this item. It doesn't matter what it was, from Amazon. It was $10, and it was free shipping because I have Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the way they track the packages, man, it's really slick. I mean, they say, okay, the package is left here, and now it's here, and now it's here, and then they say the package has been delivered to your house. It's on your front porch, and it was there at 3:15.
Yeah.
So when it said that, I went out and there was no package, and I'm looking around. I go, "There's no package anywhere." But clearly it said 3:15. So I got a hold of Amazon, and they said, "Well," I said, "maybe it just got delivered. It must have just gotten delivered somewhere else." And they said, "Well, we'll just refund your money." And I said, "Well, I don't know. Should I wait a day or two?" "Well, you could, but we'll just refund your money, and we'll give you a $5 credit for your trouble." And I said, "Okay, thanks." And then I thought, I'm not going to order that thing again anyway. I'll go try and find it somewhere else. So yesterday, the woman next door comes over and says, "Here, this was delivered to my house." Now, Amazon has already said they're going to credit my account for $10. So she comes over and says, "Here, this package was delivered here accidentally. It's for you. It's the missing item." So my decision then is, do I keep it and steal $10 from Amazon? Or no, I don't. So
now you're on record.
Right. Well,
this is the radio bill?
So I say to myself, no, of course I don't. And I called them. It was such a hassle to get them to take $10 back from me. I was on the phone for a half an hour. It's like they couldn't figure out how to do it practically.
Nobody's ever called to give us money back.
I said, I just don't want to cheat you out of this $10. Well, okay. It's like
we're not used to people.
It's just $10.
Doing the right thing.
I mean, I was on hold for 20 minutes while this woman tried to figure out how to. She wasn't quite. So either she was inept or it just doesn't happen. I don't know. But what a hassle to to give them back their $10. And I hope I still get my $5 credit.
I'm sure you will.
I hope.
Bob's House of Hose.
Nancy Pelosi's husband got PPP loan from the federal government.
Did Bob's House of Hose get a PPP?
I don't know. I'll have to check with Bob and see.
Bob's House of Hose did not receive PPE. Bob's House of Hose is too small of a business, even though these loans were meant for small business.
Bob.
Yeah.
How many employees?
I'm not actually Bob, you realize. I'm the announcer for Bob's House of Hose.
Well, announcer,
I can get Bob if you'd like.
Is he there?
Bob's here in the sound booth with me.
Nice.
Telling you what to say.
What do you want?
Bob is the only employee. At Bob's House.
I'm an independent contractor.
Obama! Says Bob, House of Hose. Obama!
Contrary to popular opinion, I'm not Bocephus.
Obama!
There he is.
Let's get to it. It's round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You'll decide with your votes. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day? Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. It's not boner of the day yet because at round 2 we do this again at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. Another winner there. Both winners go to Boner Dome. 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fights. Right now, pick one of these 3 to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a Parker Anderson's BYU TV prize pack. Family relationships are complicated, especially with a mixed-race, newly blended family. Check out the new hit series, The Parker Andersons and Amelia Parker. 2 shows, 1 family. Stream now on BYU TV app.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Our blanket is not a snot rag. The Federal Aviation Administration this week has announced that it has proposed a civil penalty of $10,500 against a JetBlue passenger whose disruptive behavior on a flight included coughing and then blowing his nose into one of the blankets.
Oh, gross.
The FAA alleges the passenger repeatedly ignored and was abusive to flight attendants who instructed him to wear a face mask. The passenger's disruptive behavior diverted flight crew members from their duties. It's just the latest such announcement from the FAA, which has been cracking down on passengers who refuse to wear masks and otherwise disrupt crew members. The rapper Lil Pump, he's been cited. He refuses to wear a mask. He was refusing to wear a mask on a flight, and he's now been cited. And the FAA, it looks like, is going to start really cracking down on people who won't wear a mask on a plane.
Good.
By the way, Lil Pump says he doesn't wear a mask, and he does not believe in Corona. I don't believe in Corona.
it. It's something you have a belief in.
Well, it doesn't care whether you believe in it or
not. He was also fined, levied a fine. So that's boner candidate number 1. Our blanket is not a snot rag.
Yes.
Boner candidate number 2. Well, it looks like a normal group of tourists to me. 2 former top Trump administration officials testified before Congress yesterday about the Capitol insurrection, dodging questions from Democratic lawmakers about the attack, while Republicans at the hearing used their time to criticize the government's investigation into the riots and into the and they even questioned the existence of the insurrection itself.
Really?
Now, former acting secretary, wait till you hear the quote I have coming up.
Okay, all right.
Former acting Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller, who was in the Trump administration, issued a strong broadside against criticism lobbed at the U.S. military for not responding to the attack, saying at one point, criticism of the military response is unfounded and reflects inexperience with or lack of understanding of the nature of military operations. Or worse, simply the result of politics, and I suspect it's a combination of both of those things. House Republicans spent much of their time downplaying the violence on January 6th. Arizona Representative Paul Gosar issued a full-throated defense of the rioters as he attacked the ongoing federal investigation into the participants as the government going after people. And listen to this one. Republican Representative Andrew Clyde of Georgia, quote, "Let me be clear. There was no insurrection, and to call it an insurrection, in my opinion, is a bold baseline. Watching the TV footage of those who entered the Capitol and walked through Statuary Hall showed people in orderly fashion, staying between the stanchions and the ropes, taking videos and pictures. You know, if you didn't know that this TV footage was a video from January 6th, you might actually think it was just a normal tourist visit."
Oh, my hell.
Said.
Oh, my hell.
It's like he doesn't realize that now
there's other
one
video.
There is but even there is one part where they're just kind of walking down that statuary hall and kind of but they're carrying Confederate flags.
And
and then they are climbing on the Capitol.
They smeared feces on the wall. Do tourists do that?
Yeah,
they killed a guy.
Now he's talking about this. He's trying to isolate this one little piece of footage.
Yeah,
that
one
shows,
piece of footage that they show on Fox News that he didn't see.
That shows it peaceful, and they're kind of just strolling through, looking around, and they are.
There's plenty of other
But there
footage.
are Confederate flags even there.
There are videos of them breaking the windows to get in. That's not a standard tourist trip.
Boner candidate number 2. Looks like a normal group of tourists to me.
The gaslighting that is going on.
Guy wearing the horns and, Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Caleb doesn't have a racist bone in his body.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
If you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your backyard at Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more information.
Well, Armie Hammer is back on the dating scene, apparently.
Ew, who would do that?
He's reportedly seeing someone new while staying in the Cayman Islands and being investigated by the Los Angeles Police Department over allegations of sexual abuse and rape. Quote, "He's dating a dental hygienist on the island," a source says. "She looks delicious." No, wait. No, it doesn't say that. They were recently on a staycation out east, the other side of the island from where they live. They seem happy and comfortable with each other.
Does she not have access to the internet?
I don't know, Gina.
She's sleeping with one eye open, I know that.
But oh, there's a picture. There's a picture of her with an apple in her mouth. I don't know.
What?
So never mind. Let's see. And the Queen of England. Just a couple of days ago, her husband had just died, but it was her duty to open the Parliament, as the Queen does traditionally every year. And she opened her 67th Parliament with a speech focused on international diplomacy and affairs in the United Kingdom. And the speech was seen as a sign of, a reassuring sign of continuity for Britain's monarchy. They said she was strong, her voice was strong and direct, and she's still the Queen, damn it.
She is carrying on.
Yeah. That's true. So, coronavirus in India, it is just a horrible, horrible mess. And it's not getting any better. And 2 Indian states and the Union Territory of Delhi have suspended vaccinations for people aged 18 to 44 suspended the vaccinations because they don't have any. They don't have any vaccine. The true global pandemic death toll could be as high as 6.9 million people, more than double official figures, a new analysis from the University of Washington shows. CDC vaccine advisors have voted to give the vaccine in the United States to people 12 years of age and older.
I made my kid's appointment today.
What we're going to do about India, who knows? And the ramifications of the unchecked coronavirus surge in India, it's going to have worldwide implications.
Mm-hmm.
And it's already spread to Nepal, which is right next door, and Nepal has huge infection rates as well. Hundreds of people in Orange County, though, in California, protesting COVID-19 vaccination passports.
Oh, boy.
You're not going to brand us on the same day.
You already carry ID to get into all kinds of places. It's you already do this.
So you just want to add more to us, huh? On the same day, the Orange County recorded some of its most positive coronavirus statistics to date, nearing the least reactive yellow tier in the state's reopening blueprint. What that means is they're doing exceptionally well with controlling the virus at this point. Hundreds of protesters gathered to blast the Board of Supervisors for a proposal to create vaccine passports, or digital records that document COVID-19 vaccination status. The public backlash began in April after the county announced plans to launch a pilot program for credentialing. Almost immediately, a vocal group of opponents expressed concern that the digital records would be used to track people and reveal health care information.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Opponents also said that it would allow the county to favor residents who chose to get vaccinated.
Yes, they would.
I think they ought to offer a tax break to people who are vaccinated. Do that.
And you already do this.
Elon Musk.
Fine, you choose to not get vaccinated, then you're not going to be able to participate in certain things and go to certain places. That's your choice.
Elon Musk says Tesla has ended its agreement or whatever it was with Bitcoin. So he said you could buy a Tesla with Bitcoin. Now, after his disastrous comments on Saturday Night Live, I think that's the result.
Well, that
of
wasn't
this.
about Bitcoin. That was Dogecoin. That was a different thing.
Well, it's cryptocurrency. It's the same sort of thing.
He says this is because it's environmentally not sound. That's his reasoning for not doing it.
Yeah.
If you read further into the story,
well, I know he said that the way I don't know all the ins and outs
Bitcoin is mined,
of it,
digitally, which requires electricity. Which he said there's so much of it that it's anti-environment to use that.
So there's not enough electricity for my cars? Is that the problem?
No, the point of Tesla cars is that they're environmentally friendly. So he says it's counterintuitive to accept Bitcoin, which is anti-environmentally friendly because it uses a lot of electricity to mine for the digital coins.
But his cars use a lot of electricity. It just seems like I don't understand what the difference is.
I don't listen to what Elon Musk has to say at all. It's just better that way.
Finally, this story quickly. You might someday be skiing on poo water. How about that, huh? An exclusive Montana resort wants to turn sewage into snow. They want to be able to use all the wastewater that they collect and then use it in their snowmaking machines. So,
my guess is it's treated before they would do that. It's not just...
Well, we hope, but the Yellowstone Club says that they've asked the Montana Department of Environmental Quality to permit them to allow wastewater for snowmaking operations on the ski slopes. I think they'll have to demonstrate that it's pretty well cleaned up wastewater. But, okay, that's it.
Weather traffic.
Weather brought to you by, are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available. Just gorgeous. Low 80s for the next several days. Looks like through the weekend. We've got 80s and sunny skies, so nice. Let's see. Carrie, I'll need your assistance with traffic in just a moment. 3rd North from State to Main in front of the state capitol will be fully closed for water line work. That's starting at 8 a.m. Expect that closure to last until Monday for repairs and asphalt work. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent in any traffic there, because as far as UDOT's concerned, everything is moving well. No, things are good there too, but if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
Traffic brought to you by Scott Hale. During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. It's called Caleb Doesn't Have a Racist Bone in His Body. I may have gotten the name wrong here. So, first American Idol season 19 frontrunner Wyatt Pike suddenly dropped out of the competition for personal reasons, it says. And now, with only 2 weeks left in the season, another former fan favorite, Caleb Kennedy, is also leaving the show. The reason for Kennedy's exit is, he lost his shot at becoming the next American Idol after a video circulated of him sitting next to someone who's wearing a Klan hood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is, I got his name right. Caleb Kennedy sitting, there's a photo of him sitting next to someone wearing a Klan hood. The video, reportedly a Snapchat post from when Kennedy was 12 years old, went viral Tuesday when YouTube comedian and talk show host Def Noodles talked to him about it, and then he got a hold of it somehow and published it. Caleb Kennedy says, "Hey y'all, this is going to be a bit of a surprise, but I'm no longer going to be on American Idol. There was a video that surfaced on the internet, and it displayed actions that were not meant to be taken in that way. I was young and didn't think about the actions. But that's not an excuse. I want to say I'm sorry to all of my fans and everyone whom I've let down." His mother says, this Caleb's a good boy. She said he was just sitting there with somebody who was dressed in a costume. He didn't know what it was.
If he's 12 years old, that means you as his parent had him in some place where there were people dressed in Klan hoods. So that's on you too, Mom.
Well, she says Caleb doesn't have a racist bone in his body, and he loves everybody and has friends of all races.
Really? Okay. Yeah. Well, that proves it.
All right. Boner candidate number 3, Caleb doesn't have a racist bone in his body.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, our blanket is not a snot rag. A maskless JetBlue passenger blew his nose into a blanket as part of his protest about having to wear a mask. He's now facing and probably will receive a $10,500 fine. Boner candidate number 2, looks like a normal group of tourists to me. It's a Republican congressman testifying in a hearing saying, look at those protesters. If you didn't know that those were protesters, you'd think it was a normal group of tourists.
I just retweeted, somebody, a friend of the program sent me a side-by-side video that Anderson Cooper did, a video of the insurrection, video of the riot, and then the other side is the Republican
saying that they were just tourists.
Just
and
tourists.
It's watching those two side by side if you would like to see that.
Hugging and kissing and wiping feces on the walls.
And then boner candidate number 3, Caleb doesn't have a racist bone in his body.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome, and it'll go up against the winner of Round 2's voting. That's coming up at 8:20. We'll do this again. We'll take both winners, and you'll decide at 9:20 this morning. Of those two, which one is boner of the day? So right now, we got to pick our first champion to send forward. 1, 2, or 3 in this round. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth. They'd be happy to take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting May 13, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. This is round 1. This is round 1. And, ranlife.com.
If you have a mortgage that you've had a mortgage for kind of a long time, and you haven't really thought much about it, the interest rate you got at the time was low, and you just pay your mortgage and go on about your business. Well, I think you really ought to take a look at it. And Ran Life can open your eyes. They opened mine twice now. I've refinanced with Ran Life and saved a lot of money because the interest rates are still at all-time lows, and they may be way lower than what you originally signed for. So they can redo the mortgage, and you will have a smaller monthly payment, or they can shorten the term, and you'll save thousands of dollars over the life of the mortgage. Ran Life has it all at their fingertips. They know how to explain it the best. You should give them a call. It's 801-478-4500. They have loan officers standing by right now, I believe, to talk to you. It's ranlife.com.
Worried about the circus performers.
What are they going to do? Maybe they'll all be DJs in LA.
Well, I heard the Feld Entertainment family say, we're closing down the circus, 446 years, and we have 400 employees, and we are going to do our best to find jobs for them. And then they went on to say, there is some difficulty finding jobs for people who have been living on a train most of their lives, like
their families,
like a train.
Yeah.
A train that travels around the country. Yeah. They live on a train. They're circus performers. This is the life they know. There's going to be some difficulty of job placement for them. So I don't know. I think maybe we should start some sort of program. If you can take in a circus performer,
won't you put refugee circus performer?
I don't want new circus people living next door to me.
Now think about it. How handy it might be to have a circus performer of some sort living with you.
They could climb on your roof pretty easily.
Yeah.
I bet.
If you
clean out your gutters, I bet they could do that.
I bet they'd be very handy around the house. Circus performers would be they know how to do all kinds of things. They would know how to go next door and scam your neighbors out of stuff.
I don't trust them.
Yeah. They would know how to. I mean, if there are any, for instance, if you have neighborhood chickens, I'll bet they can steal chickens. Circus performers can do all kinds.
Circus performers can steal chickens?
I think they know how to steal chickens. I think they know the best houses to get free meals. I think they know all kinds of stuff.
Well, I'm glad you've been worried about this.
I'm worried about them,
and want to find a solution.
Where are they going to? But I did think about that. I mean, these people really have been. The Feld was one of the women, one of the daughters of the Feld family said, "We're going to try and job place, but some of these people have been living on the circus train most of their lives.
Maybe they can be engineers,
porters, waiters. I don't know." Conductors, brakemen. It's just weird.
Not near me. Don't trust them.
Nope.
All right, let's see. We got the winner of round 1 of your boner voting here, but just quickly here. At just after 10 o'clock today on our Radio from Hell Facebook page, I will be eating something that
For
has
money?
been on, well, technically, that has been on the shelf for 32 years. All right?
Carrie
Just after
eats
10.
stuff for money.
Just after 10. All right. Let's award round 1 of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by a green goddess salad.
Ooh. And what's for dinner tonight? Feed the whole family with takeout from Diversion Eatery. Get 50 wings, 2 sauces for $45, or 2 large pizzas and 20 wings for $45. Get the full menu at diversioneatery.com. And I believe we're getting lunch from them today.
It is today, yes.
Yeah, I think so. Boner candidate number 1 was Our Blanket Is Not a Snot Rag. That's a JetBlue passenger. Wouldn't put on a mask and coughed and then blew his nose into a blanket, facing a $10,500 fine. Boner candidate number 2 looks like a normal group of tourists to me. Republican congressman in a hearing saying about the January 6th insurrection, look at those protesters. If you didn't know that this was the January 6th incident, you would think it was just a group of tourists walking through Statuary Hall, with their Confederate flags and
stealing podiums, wiping feces on the wall.
And then boner candidate number 3, Caleb doesn't have a racist bone in his body. This is all about an American Idol contestant who's leaving the show. He was doing very well, but leaving the show because of a video that surfaced showing him sitting next to someone in a Klan hood. Eric won the prize pack that we were giving away from BYU, and the clear-cut winner of round 1, boner candidate number 2, looks like a normal group of tourists to me.
Okay, there you go. That's the winner of round 1. It goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Let's get Mayor Erin Mendenhall on the phone.
The mayor of Salt Lake City, Erin Mendenhall. Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
Let's see. Things are happening fast, coronavirus-wise. People seem to think everything's great, everything's okay, things are over. But there are still, even as we get back to some normal signs of life, there still has to be some precautions, I think. And what is Salt Lake City going to do with mask mandates or things like that?
Right. On Monday, I signed an executive order that requires masks in all city-owned facilities. And that's as far as mayors can take it now that the state has rescinded its overall emergency order about COVID. So we're just committed right now, and we'll stay committed to keeping our city team healthy. We're still, watching the uptake happen of vaccines. We haven't reached that herd immunity in Salt Lake City, as is the case with most parts of the state. So keep wearing the masks. People are very good at it. They're good at it in Salt Lake City. So if you're in a city facility, you'll be required to wear a mask. So will our employees, and employees are required through this emergency order or executive order to wear their masks anytime they're working except eating or drinking or if they're alone.
I saw that you were at the Jazz game last night. How is it being in Vivint?
It was weird and felt very safe. It was really fun, even though the Jazz lost. That was the first time I'd been to a game in a really long time. But I'm so proud of our team, and they still, I think, have a very good shot at being first seed. So go Jazz.
What
kind of took me back to Stockton and Malone days when I was a kid.
Mayor Mendenhall, what made it feel fairly safe to be in the Vivint Smart Home Arena?
Everyone I saw was wearing masks. It wasn't like going to a grocery store where you might see a couple people trying to express something without their mask on. There was distancing between every group, so there was a row empty behind us, a row empty in front of us.
No.
And there was a kind of subdued tenor about it. There was still some good screaming happening around the arena, but not quite like it used to be.
The mask mandate, city-owned facilities, you'll still have to wear one, and that'll undoubtedly your city employees encounter belligerent people about this from time to time. Do you talk to them, or who talks to city employees about how to handle that kind of thing? And
yeah, our definitely the department directors do, and some of the departments are more interfacing than others. The libraries come to mind as one of the most frequented public facilities, and librarians are incredible in so many ways at engaging with the public. So having an order from the mayor is important. Then it's not that person's opinion asking someone else to put the mask on, but they have the order, and I'm happy to take that heat for them. But our Human Resources Department also helps coach city employees on dealing with difficult circumstances.
I know, Mayor Mendenhall, you've been a big champion of this idea of tiny homes to help with the homeless crisis. Is that moving forward, and where are we on that?
Yeah, it is moving forward. The Other Side Academy is our managing partner, and it's very much in their hands as they pursue a piece of property. We are working with them, depending on what that property is, to make sure that they have the zoning they need and they can get the permits they need. We've never built anything like this in the city, so hoping to have an announcement in the coming weeks about what the location will be, because obviously to meet our very aggressive goal of trying to open some homes this winter, we need to get that location locked up, and that's the work that they're doing right now. So hopefully soon we'll have some news for you.
All right, Aaron Mendenhall, Mayor of Salt Lake, thanks for talking with us. We'll talk to you again soon.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. Traffic, please, Gina.
You know what else is a pleasure? Traffic right now. I don't see any issues on the UDOT side of things or on the front of the program letting us know side of things. If you do see something, though, please text it to us 33986, and I will happily pass it along. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
All right, so we will take a break. We'll be back. Sean Means reviewing movies after these. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
You know, we don't mention enough at Big O Tires the fact that they have no credit needed financing with pay nothing today optional. So tires can be a sort of sudden, unexpected expense. So this no credit needed financing is really helpful to people who need to get tires and get them right away.
And now's a good time to get tires. You can save up to $150 off a set of 4 Big O brand tires. Now that goes through the month of May, but always Big O Tires has the lowest price on every tire every day, not just with their Big O brand, but Michelin, Goodyear, Coupa, Mesa, Big O brand tires, all of them.
Yeah.
Best prices.
Find a location near you. That's the best way to do it, and there's bound to be one. I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple. They know me. They know my cars. So develop a relationship with your local Big O Tire store. Go to BigOTires.com.
Worried about the circus performers.
What are they going to do? Maybe they
Carrie? Yeah. It's Bill. I don't think I can make it into work this morning.
Bill, it's 2 a.m. What the hell's the problem? Wait a minute. You're not staying up all night watching Mary Tyler Moore on Nick at Night again, are you?
Yeah. Mayor has such a great job. She works with such fun people. I just can't make it in to do the show today unless...
Unless what?
Well, if you call me right back, I could probably make it in.
Fine. I'll call you right back.
Hello.
Mary, this Lou Grant.
Oh, Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
I know what time it is, Mary. I looked at the clock the minute I ran out of scotch. Mary, I need you to do something for me for this morning's production meeting.
Really, Mr. Grant? Anything.
I need you to come in early and make coffee for the TV station brass.
Coffee, Mr. Grant.
And I need you to sharpen up a bunch of pencils, too.
Mr. Grant,
And I want you to present your idea for that WJM News Magazine show that you want to do.
I on Minneapolis? Really, Mr. Grant?
Really, Mary? And I'm going to tell the station owner that Mary Richards is the best associate news producer I've ever worked with.
Oh, Mr. Grant.
So I'll see you at the station bright and early, Mary?
Yes.
Good night, Mary.
Goodbye, Mr. Grant.
Who was that, Bill?
There is no Bill. There's only Mary. I'm sorry I woke you, Ted.
Oh, God. That's all right, Mary. Same here. I was thinking about that Eye on Minneapolis show that I'm going to anchor. Why couldn't we call it Ted Baxter's Eye on Minneapolis?
Ted, I don't think Mr. Grant would approve that.
I'll just beg him until he gives in. I'll just go, oh, come on, Lou. Please, please, Lou. Please.
it, Gina. Do it.
21 Pilots, May 21st, the band's first ever global live streaming event featuring a catalog spanning setlist, dynamic performances, and the live debut of music from their new album, Scaled and Icy. Listen all week at 8, 2, 5, and 9 to win tickets. I'm going to give you a keyword, and you'll text it to 33986 for your chance to win a 21 Pilots live stream concert access code on May 21st. The keyword is LEVEL. LEVEL, level. Text that to 33986.
All right. Sean Means Movies, brought to you by anyone?
It's a great time to be a geek in Utah. Dr. Volts and the Nerd Store have joined forces. Comics, collectibles, action figures, and so much more. The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts.
Well, here he is, direct from the Salt Lake Tribune. Sean Means. He writes culture pieces and movie reviews, and Mr. Means also... you can find his collected reviews at moviecricket.net, and you'll find a lot of his stuff at sltrib.com. Good morning, Sean. Let's get right to the movies.
All right, artsies.
Okay, we got two artsies, two fartsies. We'll start with Us Kids. This is a really moving, really powerful documentary about the Parkland kids. Teenagers who survived the 2018 shooting in their high school. It's really about what happened after, and it's really a movie. It's really a story about processing trauma and how there's no one right way to do that. And I love how it shows some of the kids doing that with activism, some of them doing it through art. It's just really beautifully put together. It's called Us Kids. It's at the Salt Lake Film Society's virtual cinema, and it's 3.5 stars.
3.5. All right.
Yep. So,
Killing of Two Lovers.
And the Killing of Two Lovers. Okay, it's only playing in one theater in Provo because that's where the director lives. And it's going to be on VOD. This was a Sundance last year and got a lot of good attention. Robert Machoyan, the director, he's a BYU professor. They filmed this a couple of winters ago in Kanash. And the mountains really, close in on you in that little small town, and that's what the movie's about. Is the main guy, played by Clayne Crawford, who used to be on the Lethal Weapon TV series until he got fired. He plays the guy who's recently separated from his wife, who's played by Sepideh Moathai, who's on some other shows I can't remember off the top of my head, and she's really good. Anyway. He's separated from her, from their kids, and he's trying to deal with that in a small town where everybody knows everybody. It's super low budget, a lot of long takes of following him around, and you can feel the stress of his marriage falling apart. It's sometimes really tough to sit through because it's so real and so relatable, but that's what really makes it beautiful. So this is not a movie for everybody. Some people are going to say, "Why nothing happened?" But I think it's really beautiful. Killing of Two Lovers, and it's 3.5 stars.
All right, there we go. So let's move to the fartsies for movies where something happens.
Well, not as much as you'd hope. Too much and not enough, unfortunately. With Army of the Dead, Zack Snyder doing a zombie movie, going back to his roots. First time in a decade he's had a movie that didn't have Superman in it. It's a zombie heist movie, which you think that's great. I love zombies. I love heists. This is going to be wonderful.
Somebody is stealing zombies. Somebody stealing zombies?
Somebody is going into Vegas where the zombies are concentrated after a zombie war, and trying to rob a vault of money before the president nukes the city to get rid of all the zombies.
It's Zombie Ocean's 11.
It's Zombie Ocean's 11 with Dave Bautista leading the group. Okay. And unfortunately, it's not just 11; it's 12 or 13. There's too many characters. There's too much. He's overloaded. He's overstuffed it. He's overloaded the plot, and it gets to be this big bloated mess. And it's not as fun as you would hope it would be. Although Bill, your Garrett Dillahunt is a bad guy in this movie, so your wife will love it.
Yeah, well, she can't stand him. Just can't stand
yes,
him.
Well, she'll be happy seeing what happens to him in this movie.
Okay.
And it's Zack Snyder just doing what Zack Snyder does, and the fanboys will kill me for it, but yeah, 2 stars. It's in theaters this week. It's on Netflix next Friday.
Okay. Oh, next Friday. Thank you.
Next Friday on Netflix, in theaters this and 2 stars.
Now let's get to Spiral from the Book of Saw. Chris Rock.
Yes, Chris Rock in a Saw movie. This is an offshoot of the Saw franchise, and And you know the drill. It's killer contraptions trying to, that are cranking and killing people. This time they're killing cops, and they're killing cops who are somehow related in some way to Chris Rock's character, who is a detective, who has been, his career has been hurt because he ratted out a dirty cop, and all the other cops hate him. Mm-hmm. So as these cops keep dying, he's on the case, and he's trying to figure out what's going on, and it's all connected to him and his father, who was the former police chief, played by Samuel L. Jackson.
Okay.
So it really energizes the Saw franchise. It takes you back and reminds you why the Saw franchise worked to begin with. In this very brutal, very gory, very bloody way. But it brings in some fresh twists, and diving into the world of dirty cops seems really timely and fresh right now. The fact that this movie was supposed to come out a year ago before George Floyd is just weirdly prescient. It's very cool.
Can I ask you, Sean? I have never seen one Saw movie. Am I going to be totally at sea?
I would not start. I would not start.
Just don't start.
Yeah.
Okay. But if I decided to watch this one, would I be at sea? Would I just not know what was going on?
No, you'd understand. You'd understand it because it's different enough. But if you have arranged your life so far as to not see a Saw movie, now's not. Don't bother. Don't get into it. This is for diehard horror people. And Chris Rock is amazingly good, and I think this is maybe the best dramatic performance I've ever seen.
Really?
Chris Rock.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's a really chilling, really unsettling movie. It's really good. 3.5 stars. It's playing in theaters all over the place. If you're into horror, if you're into that genre, go see it.
Chris Rock is, because this was his idea. He liked the Saw movies, and he says, "I have an idea for a Saw movie," and they brought it to him, and there you go.
So you advise me not to start, but you've given it such a great review that I want to see it.
So. Bill doesn't know what to do now.
Follow your heart, Bill.
There you go. Fast and pray.
I'll do that.
All right.
Sean Means, Salt Lake Tribune, thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, bye-bye.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash 33rd South, 7th West in South Salt Lake. We also have a crash southbound I-215 West at milepost 23. That's 2nd North in Salt Lake. It is off to the right shoulder. And that's it. We've had a pretty good commute this morning. I don't see any other problems I need to tell you about. I don't know if you have any problems you need to tell us about. You can text it to us if you see anything, 33986.
Let's see. We've got boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, putting the president's head on a pile of poop is vulgar? Really? Boner candidate number 2, Marjorie Taylor Greene, congressional bully. And boner candidate number 3, don't put gas in plastic bags.
Boners round 2. Coming up along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo after these, Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Yes, Mr. Hale is offering a hail of a deal, as he likes to say, on furnace tune-ups right now. $29 furnace or AC tune-up through the month of May, which is great. I mean, it's kind of roller coaster weather right now. You're going to need your air conditioning one day, and maybe you'll need your heater a day or two later. But so make sure everything's working well. Have Scott Hale's trained technicians come to your house and do a tune-up. Also, get peace of mind with a system, a heating and cooling system that is well-tuned for only $29. Also, it's the busiest season, or getting to be the busiest season of the year for HVAC. So if you want to be an HVAC specialist, you can join the Scott Hale team. Just visit scotthale.com for a list of open positions and work for a hail of a company. You can call them 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
Why do you discount bird flu?
Because that sounds too nice. It's going to be...
How about avian flu? You feel better about avian flu?
That's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it sounds... I don't know.
Swine flu. You think swine flu?
The Hong Kong flu, the Asian flu. What was the one that there was the big epidemic?
The Spanish flu.
Was it the one? Was that the one that killed a lot of people in the early part of the century? I mean, really, in America, it killed hundreds and hundreds of people. That sounds meaner. Spanish flu.
Don't you laugh at the? You're gonna remember we have a storage room in our house. It's full of toilet paper, just in case.
Just
because
in case?
it causes such horrible diarrhea.
You're gonna run out of stuff, and you're gonna come knocking on my door.
I need toilet paper.
Is that the first thing you grab when you loot the store?
when you
loot the store,
not
you run to the toilet
water,
paper,
not medicine.
Yeah,
because you don't think about toilet
Help!
paper.
Yeah.
I've got coffee filters. I don't need.
I've got coffee filters.
Yeah, you don't need toilet paper if you've got plenty of coffee filters.
That'll stop up your pipes. Don't put coffee filters.
Well, I'm
in
not
there.
flushing them.
Well, I think isn't all. Won't the sewage plants shut down?
Yeah.
Because
Why would plumbing stop?
well, because there won't be anybody to operate the plumbing, the sewage plants.
It'll work for a time.
For a time, but pretty soon, a post-apocalyptic world, if plumbing goes too,
I don't know, when the power's out, my toilet works.
I don't know.
It's not an electric toilet.
It will work for a while. I took a class on surviving the zombie apocalypse. They talked about this.
What did they say?
Your toilets will be okay for a while, but then the sewage treatment plant stops treating sewage because there's nobody there.
Yeah.
It'll back up.
Then it'll back up, and it'll be eventually. You'll be able to go for a while.
Things get ugly. You watch The Walking Dead.
That's why
They never really address where they go to the bathroom.
They don't.
Do you know what they don't address? Periods.
Oh. No, they have because
they
when they've been
periods?
stealing when they were stealing stuff from a store
Did they?
when they were
say get-
looting. Yeah.
See, I'm good because I had the hysterectomy, so that is one thing I don't have to worry about.
Is that why you had it?
So you're ahead. You're
My
ahead.
doctor said you don't need this. I'm like, no, in the apocalypse, I don't want to deal with having a period, so take it out.
Just a quick note here. Is a statistic for you. Only 1 out of 9 people say that they would donate, when they died, would donate their uterus for transplant.
Why only?
One
now,
out
are
of 9.
these people?
Only 1 out of 9 said that they would allow a family member to donate a uterus. They're doing uterus transplants in they're playing God in Russia or someplace like that.
Are these people that would donate other organs?
Yeah.
So you can have my eyes, you can have my kidneys.
Can't have my uterus.
Why?
Uterus donation, they think is. Oh, it was in Saudi Arabia. I think it was done. Doctors in Saudi Arabia. I guess they. I don't know. Okay, Gina, would you donate your uterus?
You can have whatever you want of mine when I die. Because guess what? I'm dead.
I'd keep it in a box. I'd use it for a catcher's mitt.
Please use. Everything's very well preserved.
I think people think it's just too creepy. Your uterus is well preserved?
Sure.
It's low mileage. One owner?
Kids.
It's a one
I
owner?
only drive it to and from church on Sunday, and that's it.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Good. Please have it.
All right.
Take my uterus.
Okay. Don't forget, coming up just after 10 o'clock, I will be eating something.
We're promoting you eating something.
That has been on the shelf for 32 years.
You haven't owned it for 32 years.
I have not owned it, but it has been on a shelf for 32 years. All right, that's our Facebook Live coming up just after 10. Right now, it's round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? Winning here means it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidate, by the way. That's why in round 2 it's important to choose strategically here to send one of these candidates forward. And one of those 2 champions will be boner of the day. You'll decide that at 9:20 with Boner Fight. So let's send one of these 3 candidates forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of it. Well, we'll get to how you vote coming up. We'll do 2 candidates now, a third after the news. And once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to see Korn September 9th at USANA Amphitheater. They go on sale Friday at noon, and these will be e-tickets emailed to you.
Mm-hmm.
Here's boner candidate number 1, and I hope we have a picture of this to put up on Radio from Hell at x96.com/live. It's putting the president's head on a pile of poop is vulgar. Pro-Trump sign in Maryland is causing stir in the community due to its graphic language, and it has some people calling for its removal. Apparently, Gina's laughing, so apparently we did get the picture.
Yeah, it's up there. And I'm not laughing that it's funny. I'm laughing at it. Oh, jeez.
The sign, which features a cartoon image of President Joe Biden and of Vice President Kamala Harris, superimposed on piles of feces.
Mm-hmm.
Don't blame Trump that you're stuck with these 2 S-heads, the billboard reads. From all your deplorables in Calvert County, the bottom of the sign reads. At least one local Democrat has spoken out against the billboard, voicing concern that young children might see the sign, which is located near the intersection of Route 4 and Bowie Stop. You know what's interesting about that comment is that I think young children are the most likely to find this amusing.
Okay.
Because it's,
And
poop.
you remember all the hell that Hillary took for calling them deplorables.
Mm-hmm.
But then they continued to do well. Starting from that day, they ramped up their activity that made them deplorable.
It's deplorability. They ramped up their deplorability.
I
think it's vulgar, said Jeanette Flame, a chairwoman of the Democratic Party. Kids are going to school. They're going to see this sign every day. And, it's pretty...
It's the office of the presidency. Can we go there? Can we say, is this respectful to the office of the president? I don't think so.
Juvenile. It's just stupid.
Well, it's typical GOP behavior.
Boner candidate number 1, putting the president's head on a pile of poop is vulgar? Here's boner candidate number 2. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a bully.
Mm-hmm.
Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene aggressively confronted Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on Wednesday and falsely accused her of supporting terrorists, leading the New York Congresswoman's office to call on leadership to ensure that Congress remains a safe, civil place for all members and staff. 2 Washington Post reporters witnessed Ocasio-Cortez leave the House chamber late Wednesday afternoon ahead of Marjorie Taylor Greene, who shouted, "Hey, Alexandria!" twice in an effort to get her attention. When Ocasio-Cortez did not stop walking, she just ignored her. Greene picked up her pace and began shouting at her and asking, "Why do you support Antifa?"
That old nugget.
Yeah. Which is, barely an organization.
It's not.
It's not.
It's And she also yelled, why are you supporting Antifa? Come on, why are you? And she shouted that Ocasio-Cortez was not defending the country, and she was defending her radical socialist beliefs.
And good for AOC for handling it perfectly.
Yeah.
Because Marjorie Taylor Greene would have loved it if she turned around and started pointing her finger, and she just ignored her.
Marjorie Taylor Greene started the whole thing off by a few days ago saying, I challenge, it's like wrestling,
Yeah.
I challenge Ocasio-Cortez to a debate.
Yeah,
and
and
it's this time and this day, and if she doesn't show up, she's a coward.
Yeah, and she has just ignored her, which is the right thing to do.
Well, was it Lauren Boebert that also challenged her to a debate? And AOC said, as soon as you read all 18 pages of
No, that was Marjorie Taylor Greene.
That was
It
her.
the same one,
as soon as you read all pages of the Green New Deal, I'll debate you. And Marjorie Taylor Greene says, I'll read your thing, and then didn't.
That's boner candidate number 2, Marjorie Taylor Greene, congressional bully. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I can't believe we have to tell you this. Don't put gas in plastic bags.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by...
Feel the music as computer graphics and lasers take you for a cosmic ride. Clark Planetarium's light shows play every Friday and Saturday. Tickets are available at clarkplanetarium.org.
Tragedy.
Oh.
She was one of a kind, an original. She will be missed. Her name is Anita Lane. She was a rock musician who was a muse and a writer and a singer in her own right. She has died at the age of 61. Ms. Lane was Nick Cave's collaborator and girlfriend during his formative period. They met as teenagers, and he was into, rock and roll and having a band, and he formed a band called The Birthday Party, and she was there, right there with him, and she became his girlfriend, and she wrote a lot of the songs that were on some of Nick Cave's first albums. She also released some of her own albums. At some point, their relationship deteriorated, and they went their separate ways. But Nick Cave did comment on her passing. She was the smartest and most talented of all of us, by far, Cave said. She was terrific. The song she did with us on when we were Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds are terrific, and her own songs are just beautiful, and she will be missed. Let's see. So her name was Anita Lane. Adam Sandler. There's this whole thing with the IHOP hostess who Adam Sandler was going to IHOP. We'll take order to IHOP with a bunch of friends.
The pancakes?
She said you have to wait 30 minutes, and they left. They left. And it's become a big deal for some reason. Well, the hostess, Diana Rodas, shared a TikTok on Tuesday featuring a series of photos of her with Adam Sandler. I couldn't have been more excited. Thank you, Adam Sandler, she said. So Adam Sandler went back to he's a pretty good guy, really, I guess. He realized that this whole thing was kind of fun, and nobody's feelings ought to be hurt about any of it. And so he went back to the IHOP and let her take a lot of photos, and they had pancakes.
Good.
Let's see. This is a story that's... So back in the 50s, 1956, down in Moab, they said there's a lot of uranium down here.
Oh, yeah.
In this area. And let's build a uranium processing mill, and I know what we'll do. We'll put it right on the banks of the Colorado River.
That's a good idea, yeah.
I'll just dump all that stuff right there.
When they established the mill, there wasn't very much thought given to protecting the river, said Russell McAllister, director of the federal cleanup. The Colorado provides water to tens of millions of people and millions of acres of crops downstream. The process left waste products and tailings all radioactive, and it's like radioactive sand. It was 80 feet thick by 1998.
80 feet thick?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then the mill owner, the mill went bankrupt.
Someone's going to clean this up. Somebody's going to clean this up.
The federal government, they're responsible for the toxic cleanup. We're trying to protect basically the downstream constituents from this water flooding onto the tailings and then moving it downstream. They have been working on this for years and years. You know, and this is the problem you run into, where you try to loosen government regulations, and there wasn't enough oversight on the tailing, the processing plant. Why did they allow it to be built on the banks of the Colorado River?
I'm sure money had something to do with it.
And there was a panic at the time, too, about we need uranium for, atomic bombs. We've got to have that.
Yep.
Fox 13 has done a little investigation into the Army records of that Utahn who was charged in the Capitol Hill riot. He was the guy who, he's from a small town down in southern Utah, and he had a hearing the other day where he was yelling obscenities at a judge, and he was taken into custody again. He had another hearing where he was very polite and respectful. The U.S. Army confirmed to Fox 13 that Copeland had served in a tank unit in Afghanistan, I believe it was, from 2007 to 2015. No, he had deployed to Iraq in 2009 and 2012. In 2013, Copeland served 4 months for drug possession in the disciplinary barracks at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, according to Army records, and then he was stripped of all of his rank, and they drummed him out of the service as a private. The Army says he was a private when he was discharged in 2015. He is charged in the January 6th insurrection on the Capitol with crimes accusing him of being in a restricted area outside the Capitol and assaulting police. In other words, a tourist.
Yeah.
In other words, a tourist. Yeah. And then finally this, Gina, just kind of following up on this story, I know you wanted to keep an eye on it, the Chick-fil-A sauce
Yes,
situation.
I'm very concerned about the sauce situation.
Chick-fil-A has announced that due to supply chain issues, there'll be a shortage of sauce. We're going to have to make sure that there's only one sauce per item ordered. Now, I think this is a really great opportunity for Chick-fil-A employees to make a little money on the side.
Throw me an extra
Want
sauce.
another sauce? Huh? You want another sauce?
Well, Fox News knows who to blame for this. Fox News knows who to blame for this.
Okay.
Joe Biden.
What?
That was the headline they ran. Joe Biden's America. It says right
you can't
here.
have more than one sauce at
Chick-fil-A sauce shortage blamed on Joe Biden's America, right here from Fox News, so it must be true.
Well, in his first 100 days, he's managed to screw everything up.
Yeah, because Joe personally went to Chick-fil-A, hijacked a truck full of sauce, drove it off a cliff, and destroyed it.
Well, there you go. All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
With a final score of 105-98, the Utah Jazz suffered a loss in their final regular season home game against the Portland Trail Blazers and Utah's own Damian Lillard. So at least there's a Utah connection on the other side. They play the Thunder tomorrow at 6 p.m. And let's see, the Bees, they have a game today. They play Tacoma at 6:30. It's Thirsty Thursday there at the Bees, so if you're thirsty,
all right,
go to a Bees game for that. Weather?
I'll give you a large glass of water.
Beautiful. Low 80s for days and days. Carrie has lots of porch time, looks like this weekend. Sunny in 80s to 82 for high today, 83 tomorrow, 81 Saturday, so that will be nice. And traffic actually has been fairly nice today. Let me refresh this quickly because we haven't had any accidents to update you on except for this one. Crash 6 North State Street in Linden. Multiple response units are on the scene and some delays in the area, but that's the only accident being reported. If you want to report something and it's safe for you to do that, please text it to us, 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
Boner candidate number 3, please don't put gas in plastic bags. The government says there is no need for Americans to be hoarding gasoline, especially not if they're going to be putting it into plastic bags. Do not fill plastic bags with gasoline, the Consumer Product Safety Commission said in a tweet this week. Other tweets urged consumers to only use approved containers as their gasoline storage units. Never pour gasoline near an open flame. Why do we have to? Now, I can see we have to maybe say, don't hoard gasoline. But why do we have to say,
okay.
Why do we have to say, don't store it in plastic bags and don't pour gas near an open flame?
Because there wasn't a shortage of fuel. The fuel was there. We just couldn't get it to you. There was no shortage, and they told you it would be fixed in a few days.
And now it's fixed.
And it's fixed now. But Fox News and OAN told you there was a shortage, and that drove those crazy, stupid people in the South to...
You know whose fault it is?
Yeah.
It's Biden's fault.
Of course.
Sure, Biden's America.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boner candidate number 3, don't put gas in plastic bags.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, putting the president's head on a pile of poop is vulgar. Well, yeah, it is. It's a billboard in Maryland, which is the same thing as being in the South. Maryland is the South. And it's a picture of Biden, a cartoon picture of Biden and Kamala Harris, and their heads are mounted on piles of poop, and it says, you're stuck with these 2 S-heads, don't blame Trump. That's Boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2, Marjorie Taylor Greene, congressional bully, as she aggressively confronts Ocasio-Cortez, chasing her down the halls of Congress, yelling at her. Mm-hmm. Oh, my God. And Boner candidate number 3, don't put gas in plastic bags.
All right. Here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Good candidate. That's why here in round 2, it's important to choose strategically, because the winner of this round will face off against the winner of round 1 at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and that's when you'll decide Boner of the Day for realsies. Right now, pick your champion from this round 2 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. That single digit is all we need in the message of a text. Anything else will confuse the computer. 1, 2, or 3. Put that in there. 33986 is where you send that text to. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting May 13, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It is round 2.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things to bitch.
Did you have some emails of interest?
I have an email of interest here. I think it's of great interest. It says it's an email of interest right in the subject line.
Now, see, that's the problem that I have with it, is that the writer has determined it's of interest, and we are the ones who determine if it is of interest.
I looked through. I think it is.
Okay. Email of interest.
And it came to us via Radio from Hell at x96.com. Anyone can send us an email of interest. There's another one here. It's not so interesting. But this one, an email of interest. It says, Good morning, lords and ladies. Given these silly times, I've taken it upon myself to take Bill's advice of turning to the Great British Baking Show for solace, and I can't recommend it more. I also couldn't help but find correlations of my unknowing best friends, Radio from Hell, with the show Great British Baking Show. So there are correlations. First one, number one, Bill. Bill equals Paul Hollywood. Not much of a surprise there, but all candidates are clearly over the moon with the guy. You see why it's an email of interest, of course. Any hint of approval, especially the Paul Hollywood handshake, is very reminiscent of Bill's Once Upon a Time. I'll give you a hearty handshake, a firm handshake. Bring candidates and viewers alike to tears. We all just want Bill to accept us, and it's a high bar. Number two, Gina equals Prue. Now, Prue is the lovely older woman who's Paul Hollywood's co-host and baker.
Judge.
Okay.
Yeah. Prue, obviously, she urges the candidates on, encourages them to reach their highest potential, but will still question certain missteps. She smooths out Paul's rough edges when she feels that the candidate is upset and just makes everything okay. Gina makes everything feel okay, but is not hesitant to step in when something isn't right, just like Prue.
Nice.
And number three, Carrie, equals Noel. He keeps everything moving. He cuts in at exactly the right time and keeps everyone's morale up. He's clearly an improv pro and lets no innuendo be unaddressed. Carrie is an absolute genius, it says here. I've been listening to Radio from Hell addictively since 1998, and I cannot imagine life without you guys. Love, Tawny.
Nice.
That's nice.
Email of interest. Thank you, Tawny. All right.
Unless we Utahns are diligent, our taxes will be raised without our knowledge. Did you know that right now there's an organization who thinks they know better than you how to save Utah schools? This group wants to raise your taxes. Wouldn't you agree that's just not right? Well, so does Republican Representative Arthur McCarty from Roadside Table, Utah. He began the group opposed to the suggested 10-cent Jello tax. Citizens against People for Alternative Revenue Tax Income believe that not only is the proposed Jello tax wrong, it's also cost prohibitive. The state would have to establish a Jello commission and then open costly state-run Jello stores. Then it's only a matter of time before racketeers would begin smuggling in gelatin from neighboring states. Taxing green gelatin would also place an unfair burden on those people who mostly buy this product. Large LDS families, already on a tight budget, would end up paying for a greater portion of public education than would people with no children at all. And that's just not fair.
Hello, I'm Republican Representative Arthur McCarty. Please call your state legislatures and tell them to vote NO on the green Jello tax. It's time to get big government off our backs.
Paid for by Citizens Against People for Alternative Revenue Tax Income.
It is 8:46. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a green goddess salad, which featured potato chips as croutons, kind of. It was interesting.
And Feldman's Deli, they want to thank their customers for generous support during these challenging times. They are open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
I don't have the results yet.
Ooh.
I don't know if they're still tabulating them or
Tabulating.
what's going on. So we had boner candidate number 1, putting the president's head on a pile of poop. Is that considered vulgar? Well, yes, it is. I mean, it really is. And juvenile. This billboard in Maryland, going up against number 2, Marjorie Taylor Greene, congressional bully. She confronted Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the halls of Congress, chasing after her, yelling at her. And
Classy.
boner, and that's the one I expect to win, but we'll see. And then boner candidate number 3, don't put gas in plastic bags. Why do we have to tell you that? Maybe we have to tell you not to hoard gasoline, but I don't know why we would have to tell you not. So anyway, those were the 3 candidates, and I don't know.
You still don't have it?
No.
Okay, I've got it for you.
All right.
Looks like Sky won the corn tickets, and by about 19 votes, boner candidate number 2 won.
Yeah, I see it now. So over number 3, the gas in the plastic. So Ocasio, Marjorie Taylor Greene gets 151 votes. Don't put gas in plastic bags gets 137 votes. So the winner, is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
We don't pick them, you do. That's why you got to vote, and vote often.
Because you know who's putting the gasoline in plastic bags? Her constituents.
Her constituents.
Those are the people that.
Yeah,
that
she
are
says,
doing it.
don't listen to the government. Put gas in plastic bags.
All right, there's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward. Might be boner of the day. We'll find out at 9:20 because that's when boner fight happens. All right, let's get David on the phone here.
Is David Schild there?
Yes, he is.
I am, and what a set of boner candidates today.
Yeah, pretty bizarre, huh? David, tell us your official title with Salt Lake County.
Sure. Good morning, team, and good morning, everyone. My name is David Schold, and I'm a mayor's policy advisor to Jenny Wilson and coordinating officer for the COVID-19 response.
Well, so how are you coordinating this? Now kids 12 years of age and up can get the vaccine. What's the deal?
It's been quite a week between the FDA approving emergency use authorization to the CDC's advisory committee on immunization practices voting Wednesday, and the CDC director approving the 12 to 15-year-olds for Pfizer. And again, this is for the Pfizer vaccine brand only. So starting next week, Monday, May 17th, the Mountain America Expo Center will be having appointments where 12 to 17-year-olds are eligible. Again, for Pfizer only, and they must be accompanied by a parent or guardian at their time of appointment.
Now, do you have to bring it? Because there's some questions from. I'm a parent of this age group, so I have questions.
Sure.
All right, here we go.
How do you prove they're between the ages of 12 and 15? Do you have to bring a birth certificate or anything?
So we don't ask for any sort of identification at all, documentation, but a parent or guardian needs to be present when they go up for their appointment.
So if Gina sneaks her 10-year-old in, that's on her.
I don't have a 10-year-old.
But that's essentially what it is. If the parent is present and swears that this person is 12 years of age or older, and they're not, well, it's on the parent, right?
Yeah, and it's been the case the entire time. If during the eligibility of 70 and over, and David Schuld, age 36, shows up, I mean that's Benjamin Button scenario right there. But yeah, it's it's that sort of thing.
So, what's the best way for people to make these appointments, or can they just show up?
Sure. So the Vaccinate Utah is the best way to move forward with that. Or calling, and I'll give you this phone number, 785-468-7468. Again, 385-468-7468.
Okay.
Again, the Pfizer vaccine, it's going to be open for this age group in Salt Lake County on Monday, May 17th. And it's the Pfizer only, so there's no J&J or anything, or Moderna that is available.
So the different counties Weber County, Davis County, Utah County will have their own kind of little policies about how to do it.
That's correct. It's the up to each local health district in the state of Utah across the country to set up those systems. And part of this is looking at supply. There was an interest in J&J early on because of its accessibility to one dose only. Now with the opening of the younger age populations, we're seeing that demand grow for Pfizer. It's exactly the same vaccines, the same doses as what we're all receiving now if you receive Pfizer. The American Academy of Pediatrics have signed off on this and approved it. So it's an exciting time to get this larger. And what we're seeing generally, Utah has a very young population, so having that accessibility to this age group is really important for us in our vaccination efforts.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you brought up the Academy of Pediatrics signing off on this, because I would say to parents that, and I have talked to parents that are hesitant about getting their kids vaccinated. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to David. Talk to your pediatrician. Ask the doctor that's been caring for your child since they were born. Talk to them about how they feel about the vaccine and whether they think your 12 to 15
and if they
year old
say,
should
well,
get it or
I
not.
don't know, then get another pediatrician. So,
Intermountain Healthcare, I know, is setting up systems as well, other healthcare systems, because what I would envision is that families would seek, like you just mentioned, Gina, advice, consultation from their pediatricians, and even vaccination themselves. But we do have vaccinations available starting next week.
and has there been a pretty? Can you sense that there's a pretty big demand and excitement for it right now?
There's definitely an excitement about this age group. Actually, more than the 16 to 18-year-olds, but we are seeing that this age group, adults, families, are now in a position where there's a renewed excitement about getting this group vaccinated.
Cool.
In Salt Lake County, this is by decade. We break down when we examine cases. The 10 to 19-year-olds are the highest decade with the decade with the highest cases. So it's really good to see that we can grab 8 out of those 10 years of that decade now with vaccination.
Yeah. David Schuld with Salt Lake County, thanks for taking some time with us, and we'll speak to you again in the future, I'm sure.
All right, thanks, team. Stay safe, everyone. Bye-bye.
See ya.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you very much. Traffic, please, Gina.
A friend of the program says there's some hubbub going on northbound I-15 around American Fork, Pleasant Grove area. Cars backed up into North Orem. They had to pull over to make this report. Thank you, Brady, for pulling over to let us know that. And yes, there is some issue going on there. Crash in Linden, it looks like, but it's backing traffic all the way up into Orem. So you are in the middle of that, it sounds like, Brady. Thank you for letting us know about it. And there's some debris in the road, which is causing some additional slowage in that area. And he sent that in via text, and I appreciate that he did. If you see something and it's safe for you to send us in, pull over like Brady did. Text it to us, 33986. What's for dinner tonight? Feed the whole family with takeout from Diversion Eatery. Get 50 wings and 2 sauces for $45, or 2 large pizzas and 20 wings for $45. Get the full menu at diversioneatery.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We've got a boner fight on the way. We've got a reasonable amount of news, all kinds of things happening. Stand by for all of that. Salt Lake Film Society presents the drive-in movies.
Yeah,
this is such a great idea.
It's the Studio Backlot Motor Cinema. It's really a cool setup that the Salt Lake Film Society has done here in Salt Lake. And it's about 40 cars they can fit into this location for kind of an intimate outdoor movie experience. Now, you can get tickets from the Salt Lake Film Society if you go to SLFS, for Salt Lake Film Society, athome.org. It explains the ticket prices and buying and all of that. Let's see what movies they've got scheduled here coming up this weekend. Let's see, Friday is the 14th, right? It's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That's tomorrow night. Mm-hmm. And La La Land on Saturday, all right? So get your tickets at slfsathome.org.
We talked briefly about this yesterday, but the subject of billboards came up, and Todd came to us and said, want to do some billboards for November. We did our zombie ones for October, for Halloween. How about something for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
And we thought, well, let's give away some turkeys.
Can we give away turkeys? We have to ask. Can we give away turkeys?
Let's give away some turkeys.
Seems like the thing to do for the season.
And Todd said, sure, we can do that. That's easy.
So can we promote that on a billboard that we're giving away turkeys?
And so I didn't speak to the graphics guy, but we have an in-house graphics guy. We have a couple of them, actually. Mm-hmm. And said, somebody conveyed to him, look, they're giving away turkeys or free turkeys.
Well, he claims that he was not communicated with.
Well, that's
correctly.
What he claims. So now the billboard.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can
see it's kind of stretched out.
It's a squished version, yeah. For some reason he chose to put our heads on cooked turkey bodies.
I don't, and then it just says turkeys.
And it says turkeys. Now,
yeah.
And then
I think
it says Radio from Hell Mornings X96. Turkeys, exclamation point.
Yes. I think this is Tracy giving us a big middle finger.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think people are going to see this and go, I think Radio from Hell's giving away free turkey.
Exactly.
I think what it's doing, it's calling us
turkeys. That's obviously what it's doing.
That's what I think is happening here.
I, for one, am offended.
And well, you should be. And plus, your drumstick is burnt.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Look at that. You're over.
No one will eat that.
I have kind of a nice tan.
Yeah, I'm a little overcooked.
I look like I've been in the tanning booth.
But I think, okay, so, look, I'm willing. Look, my gut says he did it on purpose, because for some reason he doesn't like us.
He did.
But I'm willing to give him a second chance to fix it. Unfortunately, he's about a week and a half behind on his art. So
how long does it take to...
He's got other assignments. He's got the soccer team.
How are people going to know we're giving away free turkeys?
Well, we'll give one away, tomorrow, Katie? We'll probably give one away tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll give away a turkey. It better be a Norbest.
We are trying to focus on Thanksgiving because we feel like it gets neglected every year and just rushed right through the season to Christmas. Yep. I found this Thanksgiving traditions that have been mostly forgotten, so we need to bring...
Traditions that have been mostly forgotten. Okay.
Thanksgiving greeting cards.
I know Cabin Fever has a bunch of those.
Yeah, so Christmas cards, everybody knows that, Valentine's cards. But back in the 1800s, people used to give each other Thanksgiving greetings. And this is what Dave says at Cabin Fever. Mm-hmm. This is the perfect time of year to send somebody a note saying why you're thankful for them.
Yeah.
My family still does that one.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, so I could send somebody a note saying, I will be very thankful if you would invite me over for Thanksgiving dinner.
I guess you could do that.
I mean, you can.
Please invite me for Thanksgiving dinner. I would be very thankful.
playing football before dinner, like the Kennedys
Oh,
do.
touch football, yeah.
Yeah, touch football in the
Oh,
yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to do that for Thanksgiving.
Place cards on your
Names
dining room table.
where you have your name on it. And there'd be little turkeys or something like that.
That was only at like weddings.
No, you do Thanksgiving.
No, Thanksgiving. Well, it's because you never have anybody over.
And
No,
this is-
exactly.
And especially these days, those are important because maybe you don't want Grandpa Trumpy to be sitting next to, you know.
Try to avoid
Maybe that's
the...
for really big families.
Well,
I have a
and
super small family.
we do that, and now there are 3 of us at home, but we do that every night anyway.
Oh, it's a good idea.
Because I don't ever remember where I'm supposed to sit.
Oh boy.
Using your grandma's old recipes.
yes.
That's
Actually, I use Gordon Ramsay.
My
recipe
grandma
now,
was a
but-
terrible cook.
Oh, so you don't want that.
Oh.
And at dinner,
I use her recipe for putting that cheese in the celery. That's what I use her recipe.
at dinner, actually going around the table and saying what you're thankful for.
We do that, and
What?
my mom cries every single time.
Why would you do that on Thanksgiving?
That's because that's what it's all about.
Oh, it's right there in the name, isn't
Thanks.
it?
Giving.
Breaking the wishbone.
I remember that.
Oh yeah, no, I fight over that every year.
Well, every year it was my grandfather who broke wind.
So the wishbone from the turkey, you're supposed
Yeah.
to break it, and whoever gets the bigger piece, they're supposed to have.
Make a wish.
You kind of have to save it because it doesn't.
Well, it does have
You
to
gotta let
dry.
it
It
dry,
has to
yeah.
dry out. So.
Yeah, otherwise it's never going to break for you.
Yeah. Using the good china and the good so what are some of the things your family does, Katie?
We do it buffet style. I don't know about other people, but we do solid buffet style. So we set everything out, and then we just like go through the kitchen, then go to sit in the dining room.
You know, that makes a lot more sense than trying to pass it around,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
I think the only thing we really pass are the rolls, and that's because everybody eats multiple rolls. We have butt rolls every single year.
What?
Yeah, so
Okay, great.
so we make our own rolls, but you know how like frozen rolls come in just like little balls of dough?
Yeah.
So we put 2 of them in a pie, like a
Muffin tin?
muffin tin. Yeah, so we put 2 in one tin, and when they expand and they cook, they become butt rolls, and you can pull them in half perfectly.
This is what you call
butt
them on
rolls.
Yeah, we
Thanksgiving
call them
is
butt rolls.
I'm going to butter my butt roll.
We used to use a traditional family recipe for the turkey, and then Gordon Ramsay's recipe came out, and it has the best gravy I've ever had in my entire life. So we use that from now on.
It's donkey gravy.
It's amazing gravy that you put like lemons, onions, and things inside of the turkey and let it cook, and then you pull all those out. You cut off the wings and stuff, and you let it boil in cider beer, something, and broth, and then you mash all
You've
of.
got to get just the right amount of something, though.
Yeah, I know. You mash all of that up, and you reduce it down, and it makes the most flavorful gravy
Sounds
I've
good.
ever had in my life. I can bring some into you guys after Thanksgiving if you want to
here's
try.
Yeah, bring me a cup of gravy.
Anytime. It's
I'd
actually,
love a cup of
I know
gravy.
you
Now,
would, Bill.
now here's a text. Back in the 1800s, we used chamber pots. Are we going to bring them back?
Well,
Boy, well, that's a weird Thanksgiving tradition you got there, dude.
What did they use
I know,
chamber
That's
pots
weird.
for?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't want to know.
What's
don't either.
What's the one thing that you have at Thanksgiving dinner that you never eat? That you go,
That-
why are we
that you
having?
usually don't
We
eat?
have this because it's tradition, and you don't.
And
eat
nobody
it.
touches it?
Well, no, but just you personally.
Cranberries.
Oh.
You don't like
I don't.
cranberries?
No, I mean, I like them. You asked something that we don't eat during the year, but
No,
we
that's
have.
not what I meant. I mean,
What did
at,
you mean?
at Thanksgiving dinner.
That's
you won't
you
prepared.
put it out. You put it out, and nobody will.
And nobody-
or,
Cranberry
or,
sauce.
nobody eats.
or you won't eat it.
That
Oh,
would be
okay.
me. Cranberry sauce. I don't like it.
I can't think of it. Pumpkin pie.
You
Yeah, I
pretty
don't
much
care
don't
for the
care.
pumpkin
I don't
pie.
waste my time with pumpkin pie.
It has to be the homemade pumpkin pie from my family with actual like real pumpkin.
Well, I insist on having Brussels sprouts, but I know that some people don't eat them.
We have them all year.
Yeah, you don't have to wait.
Well, no, but you got to have them on Thanksgiving.
You gotta.
Got it.
Okay.
I've just been meaning to ask you, Gina, the last 3 days, and I forgot. Well,
What?
the last 2 days.
What?
So you went to collect your daughter at camp
Yes.
on Saturday, I think it was.
Friday.
And we'd had some discussion last week about the letters, and you had written a letter to her, a daily letter that she took with her.
Yes.
And you instructed her to open one a day. Is
Yes.
and being the good little girl she
Yes.
is, I'm sure that's exactly the way she did it.
Yes.
Whereas when I was a little kid, when I'd gotten to camp, I would just want to open them all.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to read them all. And then she was incommunicado
for a week.
For really 7 days? Was it 7 days?
Sunday to Friday.
Yeah. Okay. And so the only communication that you could have with her would be a letter that she would send you.
Right.
And you kept waiting for the letter and waiting for the letter. And I said, you're not going to get the letter until after you pick her up. Have you received, as you went to get her and collected her tear-stained pillow and and all of the soiled bedding and everything? And
she did very well, actually, at camp.
Well, I'm sure she did, but
I'm saying there wasn't a tear-stained pillow.
I joke.
I know. As I got home with her after we picked it up, it was in the mailbox.
As I thought.
Yes.
And was the letter tear-stained?
No.
Was it very detailed?
No, yes.
What did she write it the first day, or did she just write it, like the day before you?
And then express it.
She wrote it halfway through, and she said, "Next year I know to write it earlier in the week."
But there you go.
It
might have gotten to you.
Mm-hmm. But it was a happy letter. I'm having a great time. And she said, "I knew you would ask, Mom. The food is great," is what the letter said.
Food is great.
I knew you would ask.
And then she had no trouble finding an owl to deliver it.
No, came right to the.
Right.
She's very, very methodical in her thinking. She said, "I sent it on Wednesday. I should send it earlier next time, but I should at least wait a day till I've done something to write about So she's figuring out the best day to send it. It's probably Tuesday, and then I would get it. But she did great. She wants to go back. So
she did the rope swing. She swam in the lake. She went canoeing.
No,
killed a bear.
No,
none of that.
No.
What do they do? What do they sit around and sew?
They made bread.
That's not camp. You go out. You got to go out and kill squirrels and play capture the flag at night, and then kids get lost in the woods.
At the very least, play with the fire.
Yeah, roast no fire.
Poking a stick in it?
No.
They made bread. They had morning meditation.
What?
Sissy camp. We did yoga, Mom.
She loved it. That's all that matters.
Sissy camp.
Right, okay. On this day.
In the year 2000, Shawn Ryder, the singer for Happy Mondays, his Volkswagen was found abandoned after being used as a getaway car used in an armed robbery at a fish and chips restaurant in Manchester, where 7,000 pounds was taken in the robbery.
Well, so wait a minute. So, what did he do the robbery?
Well, Shawn's had a checkered past. Doesn't say whether he specifically was involved, but his car was involved. He was probably involved.
So did he go to jail?
No.
Oh. Is he still alive?
Yes.
Okay.
So I got a call from Festus last night.
Your son, who is on the road heading for Jacksonville.
My sailor son, my Navy son, left 2 days ago, and he's driving the 34 hours that it takes to get from here to Jacksonville, Florida, and stopping along the way and spending the night in hotels. And
taking the southern route.
Yeah. Yesterday, they stopped in Wichita Falls, Texas.
Oh, what a lovely community.
And pulled into town and get something to eat. So they wanted to eat good in the neighborhood.
Sure. So I know where you go for that.
So they went to the Applebee's in Wichita Falls, Texas.
Okay, there you go.
And I'd say that the Wichita Falls, it's a good 20-hour drive from here to there.
Okay.
It's not close to here at all.
No.
And Festus and his wife sit down, and the waiter comes over, and his name is CJ. Mm-hmm. And CJ is very friendly, like Applebee's waiters tend to be, you know, chatty. Yeah. So what brings you folks into Applebee's today? And Festus said, well, my wife and I, we're driving to Florida go to the naval station where I'm going to be working. Where'd you come from? Utah. We started out in Utah. And CJ, the waiter, says, man, I grew up in Evanston, Wyoming, and my favorite radio station was X96. Have you heard of X96? And Festus says, yes. And he said,
can't believe it.
He said, yeah. And he said, I had a hard time getting reception in Evanston for X96, so I would crawl out on the roof of my house so I could listen to the Radio from Hell show. Have you heard of the Radio from Hell show?
Why, yes.
I think I have.
Kind of.
Yes, actually.
They're the ones that do that that thing in the morning where they have the kid, Timmy, or was that them?
So when does he
Festus,
finally...
when he said that, he said, well, actually... Gina Barberi, that's my mom. And apparently CJ's mind was blown. But
well, sure.
What are the odds? This is in the middle of nowhere. Wichita Falls, Texas is not a big place. And it's not anywhere near here.
Did CJ ask for some verification of this? Because I would have. I would have said,
right.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's your mom. Yeah.
I don't know if maybe he did. Maybe Festus showed him a picture of us.
I would have said, you want me to call her right now?
I'll call her. Right. But seriously, what are the chances?
I know.
The odds are better because he was at the epicenter of that town, at the Applebee's. That's where everybody gathers. So
that's true.
The number of people, but the odds are increased, but still very high odds.
I'm suspicious of this story for one.
Why?
One reason, that CJ said he was from Evanston. He's from Evanston.
Evanston?
If he was,
I know there's an Evanston, Wyoming.
He needs to pronounce it right.
But he used to have to crawl out onto his roof to
I
get reception good. Well, I just thought it was worth pointing out again. That's, he could have listened to any old radio station in Evanston, Wyoming that didn't require.
There isn't one in Evanston. Now, now here's the other question. Did he say, oh, my God, your meal is on me. I'm buying. Or did he give him a free dessert, a slice of pie, anything? I'll give you a free refill on your drink.
I don't think so.
Nothing, huh?
I don't
Nothing.
think so.
If it was that important to him, and he really is from Evanston.
How would anybody in Wichita Falls, Texas even know there's a place called Evanston, Wyoming if you weren't there?
How does anybody in Utah know there's a place called Wichita Falls?
I didn't know until Festus called me last night. I didn't know about Wichita Falls, Texas.
I've always wanted to go there and see the falls.
Well, I think we should go there. We need to go Radio from Hell road trip to Applebee's.
That's all right. You
Wichita.
two. You two can go.
I'm not going.
You don't
I'm
wanna
not
go
going.
see CJ?
No. I've been through Texas. I don't want to go through Texas again.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid it.
I'm done with Texas.
But CJ's there. He's a big fan.
Well, tell
Move
him
back.
Tell him we said hey, and yeah, he can email us. We have the internet.
But
I don't know. Does Wichita Falls have the internet? It might
don't
not.
know. I would say that it's a step up for CJ, though. Step up from Evanston to the Applebee's at Wichita Falls.
We'll take a break. We'll be back with your reasonable amount of news and boner fight all coming up. So stand by for all of that. Brooklinen.com. You need to give yourself a comfort refresh, one that you deserve. Get it for less at Brooklinen. So go to brooklinen.com and use the promo code X96, and you will get $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. It's that easy. So BROOKLINEN.com. Enter the promo code X96 for $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. That's brooklinen.com and the promo code X96. We're all doing our spring cleaning, all getting ready for spring and summer. Is it summer? It's still spring. Is it spring? Yeah,
Yes.
It's starting to become spring. This weekend is certainly evidence of that. But you want to refresh your fortress of solitude, make it a little bit nicer and more comfortable for you, and that's why Brooklinen sheets, Brooklinen loungewear, towels. Oh, my bathrobe! I love my Brooklinen bathrobe. Step into the new season of style and comfort from Brooklinen. So go to brooklinen.com and use the promo code X96.
The new
Flay. Flay. Spell it with me now. F-L-A-Y. And now we'll use it in some dialogue as LeVar and LeGrand have gone to the food court at the mall for lunch. Again, the word is flay.
Oh, I am full. That was a mighty good meal, LeVar.
Pretty good.
Hey, you think that me having a large order of chili cheese fries at the A&W was good for me?
Well, I don't know if it's good for you or bad for you, but you eating them is bad for me. I
What?
mean, we're going to have to drive home with the windows of the pickup rolled down for sure. What a smell.
Sorry. Well, I wonder if them fries was good for Mart. I'm kind of getting chest painy since I ate them.
Probably just some big old gas bubble trapped near your left ventricle. You know, you should have what I had for lunch. A hard, healthy sandwich from Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
Eating them fries was worse for you than eating a big old hunk of filet mignon. All that fry grease is going to go right to your arteries.
Oh, hey, how come they call a filet mignon a filet mignon?
I don't know. I guess because it's a flame-broiled piece of meat that is so thick and heavy that when you eat it, you get sleepy and start to yawn. Therefore, i.e. and etc., a filet mignon.
Oh, filet mignon.
Yeah, filet mignon.
Ooh, looky here. Here's a blood pressure machine here to the drugstore in the mall. Let's see. Let's pop in a quarter, and I'll check my blood pressure. See if them fries has pushed it up any.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sort of not feeling too good.
Put the quarter in there, then. Put it in. Go.
You have to squeeze your forearm a little. You must be absolutely still but relaxed during the test.
What's it mean? It's going to squeeze your arm there.
What's it doing now? It's like clamped down on me like some kind of ferocious animal.
I don't know. What? Oh my God! What's this flashing light mean?
I don't know, but I
It's
think
flashing real fast.
it feels like my heart is starting to speed up really fast.
You don't look so good, LeGrand.
I'm feeling kind of weak and pale, like.
What? You're pale. You're drooling. What's wrong with you?
I'm not feeling too well. Get my arm out of here.
I can't get your arm out. It's stuck on there.
Can't take this anymore. It's squeezing my arm too hard. I'm feeling faint. Everything's going kind of black.
Somebody call the paramedics.
The test is finished. I will display the results. You may remove your forearm. I didn't get enough information that time to give you accurate readings for everything. If you want to try again, push the start button to begin the test.
No fetching way. I'm not going through that again.
You said you didn't get it right the first time.
I'm not going through that again. Let's just run over to the Chick-fil-A and get me a soft serve ice cream.
Okay.
Let's go to, did you say Jennifer, Katie? Is that who that is? Jeffrey, sorry.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hello.
What's up with you today?
So I just was rather interested with saying it was Hobbit Day, and it's like September 23rd. Oh, yeah, that is Bilbo and Frodo's birthday, isn't it? But the calendar is wrong. The Shire calendar is actually off by a few weeks from us, if you actually go into that.
I had no idea,
The
but thank
Shire
you.
calendar.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Shire calendar.
And I made a point of looking into this simply because I got into a habit of reading Hobbit and Lord of the Rings every year on what would be the anniversary of when Bilbo takes his adventure to the Lonely Mountain.
And when is that?
I want to say that would be April 25th Shire calendar, which is, I believe, something closer to April 15th.
Can I ask you, Jeffrey, do you have a girlfriend or a wife?
I do have a wife, actually.
Really?
We've been married
name is
a little over
Galadriel.
5 years, and we got together as a result of board game night.
That's
That
not
makes
surprising. That's not surprising.
I'm glad you have each other.
Well, Jeffrey, thanks for being a friend of the program. It's wonderful to hear from you, and thanks for enlightening us about the Shire calendar.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you later. It's nice to have Jeffrey out there to get us that information.
That is handy.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. It looks like we're very close to boner fight. We probably only have 3-4 minutes worth of news.
Okay.
So that's a less than reasonable amount of news. And then boner fight, brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Jennifer Lopez says she is open to a relationship with Ben Affleck in the future, but the big fight now, so they used to be known as Benifer. They have to decide if they want to be known as Low Fleck. They got to change it to something. Low Fleck or AFPEZ.
AFPEZ?
AFPEZ. So they're going to figure that out, and if they do, they'll get it together. 2 planes collided in midair above Denver. Nobody injured. 2 small craft. Apparently, they just didn't see one another. One of the aircraft was ripped nearly in half, forcing the pilot of the other plane to deploy a parachute attached to the plane, which landed the whole thing safely. So the parachute brought the plane down. Nobody injured in that midair collision. Now, police on Tuesday arrested a man suspected of preying on homeless women. Robert Joseph Davis of Murray, Utah, was booked into the Salt Lake County Jail on investigation of aggravated sexual assault and other charges. Police responded to the report of a woman who had been sexually assaulted, who also had a injury on her left hand. Officers said the woman had been in the area of Midvale Cemetery when a man drove by about 3 times. I finally got to get in the car. We'll go cruising. Sure, let's do that. They drove to several locations. Then Davis allegedly took the woman to his apartment in Murray. Once inside the apartment, he started to perform a sex act with this woman. Are you serious right now? The woman said she told Davis and was going to leave, but he grabbed a knife and said, "You're going to do whatever I want you to do, like it or not." The woman was eventually able to run from the apartment, and she described to the police in detail what the inside of the apartment looked like, Mr. Davis's apartment. So they were pretty sure, the police were, that they got the right guy. He had a large collection of Star Wars memorabilia, including a large Yoda figurine.
Well, that could have been anybody. See, it could have been Kerry Jackson. Look.
Oh, this is a small Yoda figure.
Oh.
No,
Kerry,
baby Yoda.
No, it couldn't have been Kerry Jackson, Gina, because he's not a sexual predator.
That's true.
Murray police said that they located the guy and they looked in the apartment. Says it's got to be this guy. And then I don't know. This has been bugging me. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but NASA's infrared wavelength space telescope called NEOWISE has detected this background hum in the universe. So apparently there's some kind of a hum. I know that. I hear it in my head all the time.
It's the universe. You're hearing the universe.
Yeah,
Let me, I have microphones outside. Out on the back
your
porch,
house, yeah.
pointed to, and I can angle them toward the ceiling. Let me see if I can
toward the sky.
Get that?
See.
So, to the universe, So.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there it is.
That's what I
there
hear.
It is.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly it in my head all the time. Yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. All right, let's get to Boner Fight, shall we?
Okay, indeed. This is the winner from round 1 in the 7 o'clock hour, going against the winner from round 2.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Let's see. Boner candidate number 1. It's looks like a normal group of tourists to me. This is the Republican congressman in a hearing talking about the January 6th rioters, seditionists who attacked the Capitol building and broke in and injured people and defecated on the floor and spread it on the walls. And,
they were looking for the vice president to hang him.
Yeah, that's right.
I heard the chants.
Yeah, they had a
heard
scaffold. They were looking for Nancy Pelosi to hang her as well.
Come out. But this congressman said, "Let me be clear, this was no insurrection, and to call it an insurrection, in my opinion, is a bold baseline. If you watch the TV footage of those who entered the Capitol, walked through the Statuary Hall, it was people in an orderly fashion. If you didn't know it was January 6th, you might think it was a group of tourists."
I didn't know. Boy, you're trying really hard there, buddy.
Yeah. Going up against number 2, Marjorie Taylor Greene, congressional bully, chasing Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez down the halls of Congress, yelling at her to engage in some kind of a debate with her or something. Ocasio-Cortez
taking the
just
high
ignored
road.
her.
Yeah, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks that being a congressman is being a pro wrestler because that's how she got there, and so she thinks she has to continue it. Okay.
That's number 2.
All right, you've got to decide of these 2 candidates, 2 good choices today. Which one should be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. and then text that to 33986. Easy. Call the producer's booth. Use your voice, 877-602-9696. They'll take your voice vote. Or go online, x96.com. Once you get to x96.com, let it load, then refresh your browser, because we just put up a box that says Boner Fight, May 13, 2021. Click on that box and you can vote online as well. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day. I'd like to show you something, Gina.
What do you got?
Let me get it here.
And everybody else can look in.
Yes.
What?
Something furry. Oh, it's a... I can't tell.
Is it?
It looks like something that my cat coughed up. What is that? Can't tell what it is.
How much money if I eat it?
Wait a minute. Wait, let's see it again. That does not look edible.
It looks like hair.
It does, doesn't it?
What is
it?
How much if I eat it?
$5.
$5 to eat it?
I'll give you $5.
Okay. There it is.
Okay.
Ready?
That's disgusting.
What?
And it kind of dissolves in your mouth, doesn't
You
it?
seem to be enjoying it, whatever
What
it
is
is.
it?
A little bit.
What?
Pork foo.
Pork
Which is what? What is pork foo?
It's essentially just pork jerky that's just been shredded.
Shredded,
very finely.
yeah.
So it looks like lint.
So that wasn't such a dare after
No.
all.
I owe you $5.
$5.
Where do
So
you get
how do
pork
you-
foo?
At the Asian store.
Now, are you supposed to just enjoy it that way, or are you supposed to also add it onto food? Or?
That's what's great about it, is that it's so functional, and it dissolves, and you can put it in stuff, and it brings that nice pork flavor, and but like you said, it dissolves, and you know, and then when moisture hits it, it's kind of like it's meat, you know. It is, It's just
I know exactly. Oh man,
it's delicious.
But it looks hairy. Is it?
It is.
Well,
Is it hairy?
No.
In your mouth?
A little for a
It's
second.
like, how about think of it as cotton candy, except it's meat.
Meat candy.
It's meat
Oh,
cotton
okay.
candy. Essentially.
Would you eat it, Gina?
I would try it.
Would you?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe I'll
Send her over some pork foo.
Now they call it also pork floss, but you know, it says on the package pork foo, so that's what I'm going with.
That's much better. What is the brand? Straighten the label out there. Let me look at the whole.
It's Kimbo brand.
That's great.
Trust
See,
it.
that's
Yeah.
Kimbo brand pork foo.
Yes, Kimbo brand
dried pork product.
Mm-hmm.
My wife goes to the Asian store, the one on 9th South, all the time. That big one. So I bet they have it
Put
there.
pork foo on the shopping list.
Get you a jar of pork foo.
Get me a jar of pork foo while you're out, honey.
Yeah, it looks like the dogs tore up the carpet. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks
Kinda.
like.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's delicious.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Well, Kelly, our session is nearly over. So let's get right down to it. What would you say is your biggest problem?
Oh, I'm just a little depressed. I don't know why.
Well, perhaps it's something holding over from your childhood. Tell me about something of your memories from your youth.
Well, one of the distinct memories I have is when my two older brothers were playing basketball in our room, and Peter went up for a layup into the garbage can. Greg didn't block it, and the ball bounced down into the living room and broke Mom's favorite vase. You know, I told him over and over, Mom always says, don't play ball in the house. you know.
Carrie,
Yeah?
that was an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Oh. Okay. I do distinctly remember when we almost had to get rid of my dog Tiger because we thought that my sister was allergic to him, but it turned out just to be Tiger's dog
Carrie,
shampoo, and so...
that was also an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. I do remember when some bullies at school were picking on my little sister because she had a lisp.
Brady Bunch, Carrie, Brady Bunch.
God, doctor. You've been right all this time. I have been living in a fantasy world. God, this is so embarrassing.
Is there some sort of traumatic event that happened to cause this?
I never got over the fact that our maid Alice was married to that butcher Sam. God, I wanted her for my own.
Excuse me for just a moment, please. Mrs. Greenlee, could you please send in Mr. Chunga to collect his friend? Carrie's session is now over.
Here's what Bill Allreddy's doing when he's not on the air.
God, Carrie, you must have had a rough session in there.
Yeah. It's good to get out into the air and walk around, though. Gee, just when I think I have it rough, look at that poor bum in that dumpster across the street.
Yeah, I see that guy over there all the time. I think he sleeps in the dumpster. He looks kind of familiar, but I just can't place him.
Oh, boy. Looks like Carrie and Chunga across the street. Thank God they didn't spot me.
Oh, man, there is some really cool stuff in here today. Wow, a tuna can. Oh, cool. I think there's some tuna in it.
Okay, it's 9:38. Let's award Boner of the Day.
Which is brought to you in part by a Green Goddess salad with potato chips as croutons.
And Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the Forever Warranty on all new and select used vehicles at Tim Daly Infiniti, Tim Daly Ford, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
Boner candidate number 1 looks like a normal group of tourists to me. That's according to a Republican representative in the House, Andrew Clyde of Georgia, comparing the rioters to just tourists on a visit to the Capitol. Rewriting history, trying to rewrite history.
Yep.
Going up against number 2, Marjorie Taylor Greene, congressional bully. She's trying to bully Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez into debating her, I guess, or getting into a yelling match.
AOC said she would debate as soon as you read the 14 pages of the bill, but you won't, so...
And the winner, Boner candidate number 1, looks like a normal group of tourists to me.
Yep, good choice. It's your Boner of the Day for today, May 13, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll happen tomorrow at about this time. All right, let's get Mr. Westman on the phone. Rob Westman.
Hi, Rob. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Mr. Westman is the, is it Westman or Wiesman?
Westman.
Westman. Executive Director of NAMI Utah. And May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And NAMI is, of course, always involved in trying to help us improve our mental health. What are we doing special for May, Mr. Westman?
Well, I think the biggest thing is increasing awareness. You know, Mental Health Awareness Month, we're talking to a lot of people. We've got our NAMI Walks Your Way coming up on the 22nd. And we just want to spread the word. I mean, 1 in 5 individuals experience a mental health condition. And really it affects all of us because we all have 5 friends or family. Mm-hmm. And so we just want to, we're working to decrease the stigma. We want to, when we can have the conversation, I think we do a lot better with our mental health.
There's sort of a weird stigma to mental illness when it should be just regarded as an illness like any other illness, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you break your arm, we pretty much know what happens. Go to the doc, they set it in a cast, et cetera. But with mental health conditions, we deny anything's going on. We don't want to talk to people. The stigma still exists, but I will say that it seems to be getting better.
That's good. But there are still people who just want to pretend that it's not happening. They have family members who are mentally ill, or sometimes it's yourself, and you don't want to admit to yourself that maybe you're having a problem, right?
Yeah, the hardest thing is, wait a minute. I talked to someone just yesterday, and he said, one morning I woke up and I didn't feel the same, and I had no idea what to do. And if nothing else, if we can simply talk to someone and share that experience, that opens the door. So then we can get the help and resources that we need.
If you wake up feeling that way, what do you suggest people do?
Well, we're going to be a little selfish. NAMI is a great place to start. We have a mentor line during the week where you can call and just talk to someone about mental health conditions. You can get online and do a basic search. NAMI.org is a great resource just to look up maybe some of the symptoms you're having. Or just talk to a good friend. Gosh, I woke up this morning, I don't feel good. And just talk. Because when a friend comes to me and says that, I know I don't have to fix it, but just let them talk is the key.
That's NAMI, N-A-M-I. Rob Westman is the executive director of NAMI Utah. The walk is coming up, as you said, on the 22nd, I think?
Yes, the 22nd. You can head to our website, get signed up for that, NAMIUT.org, and it gives you kind of instructions on what we're doing. It's a virtual event, so you can spread the word about mental health conditions in any way that you see fit. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Rob, do you guys also lobby? I know there's some sort of discrimination. There is some discrimination in insurance when it comes to mental health issues. Insurers they'll cover your broken arm, but they might not cover your broken spirit.
Yeah, we do. And that's a huge issue. Mental health parity, as you mentioned, does my health insurance cover my mental health in the same way? And it's a pretty complicated issue. I will say that I've been pleasantly surprised with our legislature over the last couple of years. There's been many more mental health focused bills, and there is much more discussion happening about access. And I'm especially encouraged moving forward because of all of the telehealth that took place over the last year, which really helped a lot of individuals. So we're hoping to keep that going.
All right. Rob Westman, Executive Director of NAMI Utah. You can just go to NAMI.org for more information and help. Thanks for being with us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. So that's next Saturday for the virtual walk. Get your information and get registered and ready to go. All right, we will take a break. We will be back to crawl towards the exits after these. Wendy's, okay, so I drove yesterday afternoon. I was running a couple errands, drove by the Wendy's there on 33rd that's close to my place. And so they have the signs up for this. Wendy's $3 classic breakfast deal has arrived. You're going to make some friends because breakfast, $3, you can buy breakfast for your friends.
You'll be a hero.
I'm a friend. Buy some for me.
Your coworkers. You're both friends and coworkers. You're, if you're headed to a class or something, buy breakfast for folks. Stop by in the drive-thru. Of course, your phone will get you to a Wendy's near you. There's always one near you. And right now at Wendy's, you can get your choice of classic sausage, egg, and cheese. Not that we're partial, but we think the Wendy's sausage is kind of special.
We are partial.
Or classic bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich. Now you pair that with the small seasoned potatoes. They're very tasty, and it's just $3. Fresh cracked grade A egg on every breakfast sandwich. Nice hot and crispy seasoned potatoes. It's just a great combination, and it's available right now close to you because there is a Wendy's next to you for the $3 classic breakfast deal at Wendy's.
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up.
maybe we could do a top 10 list. Now, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No. That's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's gonna take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role, even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is gonna take a lot of work, but it's really gonna spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm gonna be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. P-U-D-D-I-D. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet pudding.
All right, Gina, yes?
Yes, whatever we're doing here brought to you by Find Your Match at Strong Volkswagen, where the down payment matches the monthly payment, plus all new 2021 SUVs have 0% financing. Visit strongvw.com for details.
I have an email of interest here, and it is quite interesting. Of high interest, I would say.
We will see. Emails of interest.
This guy says, so I was listening to the podcast. It says from 5:20. I don't know. He was listening in the future or something. I don't know. But
All
so
right.
that's a misprint of some sort. And about an hour into the show, you mentioned the football fish that had washed up in California. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but you said something to the effect of that fish was so hideous that it could only be loved by another one of its kind. Well, you're correct, but the weird part comes from its mating habits. This is a type of anglerfish, and for the longest time, marine biologists would catch female anglerfish and notice these strange little protuberances on the female fish. After closer inspection, these skin tag-like bumps turned out to be the male anglerfish.
What?
The males are about 10 times smaller than the female, and when it's time to get it on, the males follow the scent of the female, as it is hard to see because the fish lives at the bottom of the ocean where there's no light. Once the male finds the female, he swims up to her, bites onto her, and then he is slowly absorbed into the female's body.
Wow.
The brain and other organ systems atrophy, and eventually all that's left are the gonads, wrapped up in the leftover tissue of the male's body. The female then can use those hormones from the gonads to signal what is left of the male to secrete sperm cells so she can fertilize her eggs.
You know, this is where we're going as people.
Could be.
This is where...
Now, he goes on to say, I used to relate this story when I was teaching high school biology. It always brought me joy to explain how the male turns into a brainless sack of gonads after finding a female. It was these moments of forced awkwardness among groups of teenagers that made my job so entertaining. I thought I would just share. Thanks for letting me listen. David V.
You wonder how evolutionary that happened.
Well,
Like,
part of it's that they really are just kind of, so those fish are at such a depth in the ocean, they don't really see anything. I mean, it's hard, because if they could get a look at one another, they go, oh, God, we don't want to reproduce. But I it's just part of it's that they're so deep in the ocean they can't see very much, and the pressure is huge at that depth.
It was dark, and we didn't know what we were doing.
An excuse for the ages.
The male bites onto somebody needs to now do a horror movie where this is what happens with the, with humans.
What kind of fish are they called again? Football fish?
Football fish, that's kind of a big, broad, generic term for them because they're big and sort of shaped like a football, and they have rows and rows of razor-sharp glass teeth. The teeth are almost like they're made of glass.
Ew.
And they're called anglerfish, too, because like Carrie was pointing out yesterday, they have this thing on their heads that, like, it's like fishing. It's like a fishing pole.
Yeah, I learned that from Finding Nemo.
Is there an anglerfish in that?
Yeah.
I've only seen parts of Finding Nemo.
The less educational parts, apparently.
Yeah. I know that Nemo lived in a fish tank for some time.
No,
and there's a
just
shark
for a
in it.
very short time. He was
And there's
shark
a
bait
shark.
for a very short time.
Yeah. Did you find a picture of the football fish, Gina?
Yeah, they're ugly.
Yeah, they're ugly.
I would only attach to them in the dark, too.
No, they would attach to
Oh.
you in the dark. The male becomes a gonad sack. Okay.
All right, well, don't forget, on our Facebook page here, coming up in about 10 or 15 minutes, I'm going to be eating something that has been on the shelf for 32 years. Unopened, unpackaged,
Is
on
it
the
food?
shelf.
Is it a food
It's
stuff?
a food stuff.
It's not
Yes.
like an action figure.
It is a food stuff.
Okay.
You'd tune in to see me eat an action figure, though.
Yeah, I sure would.
Of course you would. A food stuff. All right. Well, I hope you're ready for the promo, Gina, because you've paused your video.
I am ready.
All right.
Well, we've made it through the week, almost, but you won't want to miss Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Friday means we answer the best question of the week. It happens at 7:45, but we need you to send us questions, fun, weird, or intriguing questions. Send them to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Then at 8 a.m., we've been waiting patiently, and finally we get to have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy, featuring wines by Joe from Oregon's most established vineyards.
And at 8:45, Mayor Jenny Wilson will join us for the Salt Lake County update.
So join us to finish out the week together with Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Wines by Joe. That'll be interesting.
Not my Joe, just
No.
some other Joe.
Well, have you thought about opening a vineyard?
To go with the Christmas trees?
Yeah, couldn't they grow side by side?
I don't think they have the same needs.
Pine-flavored wine?
That doesn't sound good.
Have you got your sign up yet? What was it, Magic Carpet Christmas trees?
Flying
or what were we-
Carpet Farms.
Flying Carpet Farms.
No, we don't have a sign
picture of
yet.
your husband wearing his little turned-up shoes and his fez on a magic carpet waving.
No, we don't have that yet. Well, we're working on it.
I know a design guy. I'll submit a few.
Okay.
Few design ideas.
Need to get that.
All right. I think we're good. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Come on, guys. Road trip. Wichita Falls, Texas, Applebee's. Let's go.
Corey is next.